I sincerely hope you enjoy the program. Before we begin, I am privileged to thank our forum sponsors for their generosity and support. Our patron sponsors of today, Dell, GE, PepsiCo, Mustafa Muharram Partners. Our platinum sponsors, Atijara Watha, Baker Hughes, Bechtel, BP Egypt, Citibank, Hassan Allam, Scatic, Viatris, and Vodafone. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for being with us today. It's so good to see you and have you with us. And now I'd like to call for our dear president, Mr. Tariq Tawfiq, today to launch the program. We are going virtual now with our guests and partners in the US. Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be back, despite all the COVID restrictions, but every once in a while, it's not bad to get together. So thank you for coming today. On behalf of AmCham Egypt Board of Governors and our partners, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, U.S. Egypt Business Council, and the U.S. Egypt-U.S. Business Council, I'd like to extend a special welcome to all our members and guests joining us in person and virtually from Egypt and the United States and the MENA region at this forum, which will kickstart the private sector effort in support of Egypt's journey towards the much-awaited COP27 in the green city of Sharm el-Sheikh next November. It is an honor and a real privilege to welcome with us today at this forum as keynote honorable speakers, His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, Dr. Mustafa Madbouli, the Prime Minister of Egypt, the Honorable John Kerry, U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, His Excellency Sameh Shukri, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Yasmin Fuad, Minister of Environment, Her Excellency Rania Al-Mashat, Minister of International Cooperation, His Excellency Tariq El-Molla, Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Mohammed Shakir, Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy, His Excellency Mohammed Abdelati, Minister of Irrigation and Water Resources, His Excellency Amr Talat, Minister of Communications and Information Technology, Ms. Susan Clark, President and CEO, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, in addition to leading CEOs and business executives. Special thanks goes to the leadership of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, International Affairs, and the Middle East departments, and the U.S. Egypt Business Council for their efforts in organizing these major events. Mr. Myron Brilliant, U.S. Chamber Executive Vice President and Head of the International Affairs Division, Mr. Kush Chosky, Senior Vice President of Middle East and Turkey, Mr. Steve Lutz, Vice President of Middle East Affairs, and last but not least, Ms. Anna Bures, Manager for Middle East Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, 27 years ago, following the adoption of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, it's become evident that climate change is the gravest existential threat facing our planet today. Studies shows that delaying action is a luxury that we can no longer afford. Unless countries expeditiously boost climate action, with all the challenges that would entail for future generations, adding to the pandemic challenges of the world, which we're still coping with. As representatives of the private sector, we are indeed very proud of the choice of Egypt as the host of COP27, commemorating 6 years of relentless efforts where the country has undertaken notable steps towards implementing an ambitious pivotal shift in mainstreaming environmental sustainability in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. This is translated in huge number of projects in the fields of adaptation and mitigation to climate change in different sectors. It's worth noting that part of the 2020-2021 investment plan, green projects amounted to 691 projects with an overall cost of close to 500 billion Egyptian pounds. The plan is to increase the public green investments as a proportion of private investments to 30% in the fiscal year 2021-2022, prioritizing green projects and gradually opting out of the unsustainable projects. The Hayat Karima Decent Life Initiative is a demonstration of the political commitment towards the guiding principle of Agenda 2030 that is leaving no one behind. The initiative, launched by President Sisi in 2019, aims at improving the quality of life in the poorest villages by filling developmental gaps through a comprehensive approach to address the various dimensions of sustainable development. Furthermore, Egypt led the way regionally in sovereign green bond issuance. In September 2020, the government of Egypt sold US $750 million in green bonds in the region's first sovereign offering of climate-friendly securities. The issuance was almost 5 times oversubscribed, attracting some $3.7 billion worth of orders for the bonds. The bonds will partly finance the development of Egypt's portfolio of green projects, including green transportation, renewable energy, and sustainable water management. I think this will be an issue that our honorable ministers will elaborate on, and we have Minister Rania with us here today. Probably that will be your call today. These comprehensive efforts to mainstream environmental sustainability positions Egypt to provide global leadership in the environmental domain and push the frontier of climate ambitions. We at AmCham Egypt, along with our partners at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the U.S.-Egypt Business Council, are committed at the Egypt-U.S. Business Council, are committed to supporting the efforts of the government in achieving its pledged climate change commitments, leveraging the knowledge and expertise of our partners in the U.S. to come up with specific recommendations on how different sectors might positively contribute to the 2030 goals through reducing carbon emissions, adopting sustainable business practices, and increasing green investments. As representatives of the private sector, we are eager to coordinate the support of Egypt's vibrant private sector and our development partners. Today's forum will focus on in which both government and the private sector can work together, leveraging technology and innovation to address the climate challenge across the economy. The forum will endeavor to build momentum for the global discussions leading to COP27 with a focus on the contribution and role of the private sector in climate adaptation and mitigation. And now I will have the honor to have a virtual intervention from His Excellency the Prime Minister, presentation which we'll see, a pre-recorded presentation. As Sylvia said earlier, it was unfortunate that His Excellency is committed in a presidential meeting all day long today. So I think, Sylvia, you can start.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the American Chamber of Commerce for convening this important dialogue between Egypt and the United States at this relevant point in time as Egypt prepares to host the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, in November 2022. Egypt intends to utilize its incoming COP presidency and leadership on global climate action to enhance public-private partnership, sustainability, green growth, and to achieve a just transition towards the green economy. To this end, we see huge potential for collaboration between Egypt and the United States in these areas, and we look forward to a continued partnership in this regard throughout the coming period. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to briefly outline some of the efforts the government has been doing recently, which we believe have contributed hugely to developing an enabling environment where the private sector is empowered in various sectors. These efforts includes the following. First, policy reform, introduction of new laws and legislation and amending the existing rules and regulations. Second, applying a set of environmental measures to the overall National Investment Plan 2021-2022, which would reflect on greening the national budget with the aim of reaching 100% green budget by 2030. Third, issuing the first ever green sovereign bonds in the Middle East and North Africa worth $750 million to provide new and innovative tools to finance green projects in the area of waste management, clean transport, and renewable energies, among others. Fourth, promulgating the Waste Management Regulatory Law number 202 of 2020, which sets the general framework for planning and preparing strategies and management of all types of waste, ensuring that planning is linked to financing. The law has specific provisions to attract the private sector to invest in solid waste management, and it is entitled to all the benefits, exemptions, and guarantees given to the private sector under the Investment Law number 72 of 2017. Working closely with the banking sector to mainstream climate and the environment in banking policies and strategies. This has resulted in many banks setting up especially designated units dealing with green finance and funding projects relating to protecting the environment and addressing climate change. These are only some of the efforts undertaken by the government in the past few years and which are already starting to bear fruits. And we look forward to further cooperation with the American private sector to materialize this ambitious policy into projects and programs that would contribute to sustainable development while addressing climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, despite contributing with less than 1% of global emissions, Egypt attaches great importance to addressing climate change, especially given the myriad of far-reaching cross-cutting impacts we have to deal with. We believe the fight against climate change has to be a decisive issue for our era and for generations to come. Hence, we came forward to bear the responsibility of hosting COP27 and driving the global momentum in the fight against climate change. Egypt commits to work inclusively with all parties, including the United States, to build on the outcome of Glasgow and chart a path forward towards turning the remainder of this critical decade into a decade for implementation and bridging the gaps on all fronts: mitigation, adaptation, and finance. I am hopeful that this forum and the deliberations and reflections therein today and tomorrow will contribute to our better understanding of the mutual benefits Egypt and the United States can achieve through working together on addressing climate change and pushing further green economy and climate-friendly investments in Egypt. I call upon the participants to deeply look into areas of cooperation, see what areas can benefit from fast-tracking cooperation and promoting partnership, and identifying challenges, barriers, and bottlenecks that embed our strategic partnership, funding answers and innovative solutions in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to work together today, not tomorrow, to better face climate change and present a good implementable model for public-private partnership as we move towards COP27. I thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Myron Brilliant. I'm the Executive Vice President and Head of International Affairs at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Let me begin by thanking the Prime Minister for getting us off to a very strong start, framing the discussion about the role that the public and private sector must play together to address the climate challenges we face, to deal with adaptation, mitigation, green finance, all the issues the Prime Minister outlined today. I want to acknowledge that the Prime Minister and President Sisi, you have the support of the American Chamber of Commerce in Egypt and the U.S. Chamber to work closely with your government and our own government as your country prepares to host COP27 in November. It's great to join forces again with Tarek. Tarek, thank you for outlining the commitment the American Chamber is making in your country. And it was great to see so many people are there in the ballroom today. It shows we are making progress in fighting back COVID. Our friends at AmCham Egypt, we have worked with you so closely on so many issues that this is one of the most pressing challenges we face together, and we're committed to working closely with you throughout this process. On behalf of the U.S. Chamber and our President and CEO, Suzanne Clark, who you're going to hear from soon, let me recognize and welcome the speakers and participants and all our friends in both governments. We're really honored here to have all of you kick off the road to COP27. The timing of this event is really fitting, as 2022 marks one of the century of diplomatic ties between the United States and Egypt. As many of you know, the U.S. Chamber is home to the U.S.-Egypt Business Council, which was established in 1979 by Presidents Carter and Sadat. For more than 4 decades, the Council has collaborated with government and business leaders to improve economic ties, to grow and deepen trade and investment bonds. Our engagement with Egypt is very broad, very deep, and we'll bring that to bear as part of the Chamber's larger commitment in the climate and sustainability areas being discussed in these 2 days. The U.S. Chamber, through its Global Energy Institute, and you'll hear from Marty Durbin, the head of it, later in the program, has been deeply involved in focusing on how the private sector can work closely with government to leverage technology and innovation to address the climate issues that we have to talk about. Adaptation, mitigation, green finance are a core part of this. The point is that the Chamber is prepared and eager to play a significant supporting role in ensuring the success of COP27 and the contribution the private sector must play in driving global solutions. So what are our aspirations for this 2-day program? First off, we want to underscore with the American Chamber in Egypt that the government in Egypt should view the chambers as a vital partners that can help marshal the focus and support of the private sector leading to COP27. Second, as this forum demonstrates, it's a part of a larger series of actions that will be undertaken by the U.S. Chamber to help bring ideas forward, to underscore and unleash the private sector's dynamism and innovation to be a driving force to tackle the climate change that we have to deal with. We hope all of you today will seize this opportunity to bring your ideas forward to both governments and look to the Chamber and the American Chamber in Egypt to support your endeavors in this regard. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear from so many key government officials and business leaders and industry experts. We're going to cover a lot of ground, talking about specific priorities for COP27, such as financing clean energy projects, accelerating the decarbonization of the energy sector, and the role that technology must play. The work doesn't stop at the end of this forum, though. So one of the things we're going to do at the end of this session is talk about the next steps, and we hope you will all stay committed to that with us. To help us get started, I'm very pleased to bring this to Suzanne Clark. For those of you who do not know, Suzanne became the CEO of the Chamber last March. We're proud to have her leading this organization during such a transformational time for the global community, our country, and our companies. Suzanne has been an outspoken proponent of bringing a collaborative, practical, innovative, and focused approach to the issue of climate change. Suzanne, let me turn it over to you now to introduce our special guest and continue what I think is going to be an outstanding program over the next 2 days. Suzanne?
Thank you, Myron, and thank you all for joining this important forum ahead of the UN's 27th session of the Conference of the Parties. The timing of this event is appropriate, as 2022 marks 1 century of diplomatic ties between the United States and Egypt. I look forward to building on the progress we've made over the years to address the climate challenge as Egypt undertakes the responsibility of hosting COP27 this fall. For nearly 20 years, the Chamber has been an official accredited observer at UN climate conferences, and we have ensured that the voice of business is represented in these multilateral discussions. That's because we know it takes a unified commitment from the public and private sectors to forge real climate solutions. And the American business community has long led on this issue. We saw that demonstrated again last fall with a host of ambitious private sector commitments during COP26. And we hope this week's events can sustain that momentum heading into COP27 later this year. Of course, top of mind is the global energy transition. The business community is leading the research, development, and deployment of innovative solutions that reduce emissions while opening access to clean energy markets around the world. And as we pursue critical clean energy developments on everything from nuclear to renewables, electric vehicles, and more, we also cannot forget about natural gas. Over the past decade, it has been the primary driver of domestic emission reductions here in the US, and US natural gas exports have helped reverse emissions growth around the world, all while strengthening diplomatic ties with our allies. The same is true for Egypt, where partnerships with American businesses are playing a leading role in the development of natural gas resources in the Eastern Mediterranean. Together, our nations recognize that the energy transition is as much of an opportunity as it is a challenge. And as the international community turns its attention to Africa and the Middle East, Egypt is uniquely positioned to host COP27 as a leader in the region. Of course, solving our global climate challenge is not possible without the strong partnership of our leaders in government. I'm honored to be joined today by 2 officials who deeply understand our bilateral relationship and what our nations can accomplish together. Joining us today is U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry. The U.S. Chamber has benefited from a close working relationship with Special Envoy Kerry during his tenure as Secretary of State, meeting several times in Washington and in Egypt to address issues central to our 2 nations. Over the past year, Secretary Kerry and the Biden administration have been a driving force in global climate discussions, helping to keep the international community moving forward toward our shared goals. Our other distinguished guest, Sama Shukri, is the Egyptian Minister of Foreign Affairs and now President-designate of COP27. His engagement with the U.S. Chamber and the American business community spans more than a decade, dating back to his time as Egypt's ambassador to Washington. We have worked together to promote our nation's commercial relationship alongside the Egyptian government and our good partners at the American Chamber of Commerce in Egypt. I know today's discussion will provide a valuable perspective ahead of COP27 as we work to move toward a more sustainable energy future for the world. So with that, let's dive right in. Secretary Kerry, let me start with you. What do you see as some of the major successes coming out of COP26, and what kind of unfinished business do you hope to address at COP27 this fall?
Well, thank you very much, Suzanne. First of all, it's a pleasure to be with you. And thank you very, very much for the important work the Chamber has been doing with us for a long period of time now. We've been very engaged on this issue, and we're very appreciative for the working relationship and for your leadership. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here with Sama Shukri. We became good friends. He was appointed about a year after I started as secretary. He began his now long tenure as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we tackled a lot of issues together, and I think there's a great deal of both affection and mutual respect between us. I look forward to working with him in this year. So you ask about the successes and the road ahead, Suzanne. Let me be factual above all, but let me also be blunt and hopefully motivating. We're in trouble. I hope everybody understands that. Not trouble we can't get out of, but we're not on a good track. A lot of good things are happening. A huge amount of good came out of Glasgow. We finished the Paris rule book, which was important for business and others to understand the rules of the road, transparency, accountability, avoiding green washing, be able to have transparency in what we're transacting, don't double count, deal with credits, etc. So that's progress. Many nations, most of the nations, quickly, easily, and enthusiastically embraced the idea put forward by the IPCC scientists in 2018 that well below 2 degrees doesn't cut it anymore. You've got to try to target earnestly to keep the Earth's warming at 1.5 degrees, because we're already seeing tipping points arrived at. A recent report on the Arctic, extremely disturbing. It's warming 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. And the changes are irreversible in much of the cases. The ice sheet melting faster than ever, the instability of the West Antarctic ice sheet. So we're also seeing the impacts through floods and fires and mudslides and the extraordinary heat, which is growing in various parts of the world. So we need to be compelled as human beings, as leaders particularly, to respond to this. And I think that the other good thing that came out of Glasgow that can help with that was an unprecedented level of private sector support. Major corporations from around the world came together, making important pledges about net zero 2050 and contributing significantly to initiatives that will make a huge difference on deforestation, on the First Movers Coalition, on adaptation and other issues. But let me be, as I promised I would be at the front of this, pretty direct about some choices we faced. Coal went up 6% in the last year, the use of coal. There's about 300 and some gigawatts of coal power that is on the drawing board and going to be coming to be deployed. And that's a problem. There's just no other way to cut it. Coal is the dirtiest fuel on the planet. Nobody has figured out how to make it clean, even though they talk about clean coal. The fact is, coal is responsible principally for what is happening with respect to the fuels, the warming of the ocean. 90% of the warming goes into the ocean, and most of that is coming from the worst of it is coming from coal. But I also want to issue a warning signal. Many countries, most countries, have the ability to deploy very significant additional amounts of renewables, and they're not choosing to do that. They're moving towards gas. And gas is a bridge fuel. Gas can be helpful in this transition. Gas is going to be important to the transition. But if we move too fast and too far with too much and build out an infrastructure for 30 or 40 years with plans to be able to use it for 30 or 40 years without abatement, and I emphasize this, if it's abated, terrific. If you can capture 100% and it makes it affordable, that's wonderful. But we're not doing that. And gas is 87% plus methane. And methane is leaking in most places somewhere between 5 and 10%. And that leakage is 80 times more damaging than carbon dioxide. So we have to be thinking hard about deploying more renewables. That is absolutely critical. We have that technology. We can do it. And there are countries that are now at 70, 80, even 90% of all of their power sector is coming from renewable, and they're secure. They don't have base load problems, and we can always talk about that. So finally, let me just say quickly, Glasgow saw the greatest increase of ambition on a global basis in history. We have over 65% of global GDP committed to hold on to the 1.5 degrees, but that means we have a group of countries which are not yet there. And we very much need a number of countries to make stronger plans in the course of this year, hopefully at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And congratulations to Egypt for stepping up and being a leader and helping to move in that direction. We look forward to that. But COP27 needs to bring additional NDCs, the national determined contributions, up from a number of countries, so the world will share in the responsibility to live up to holding the warming to 1.5 degrees. There's a lot more, but let me end there so Sameh can get in here and we can have a good conversation.
Thank you for that. And so, Mr. Shukri, you heard Secretary Kerry talk about kind of his hopes for COP27. What is your vision leading into that session?
Well, thank you very much, President Clark, and let me congratulate you on assuming your position, and to tell you that we look forward to continue our long-standing cooperation with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and also, of course, with the American Chamber of Commerce in Egypt. And I'm very happy to be participating today with Secretary Kerry, my good friend John. I do look forward to working closely with him, and I think we had really a very good working relationship, and I do consider him a friend. And I must commend him on the passion with which he has engaged in terms of the discussion on climate change. And I think it is that sort of personal passion that provides the credibility and conveys the sense of urgency that I'm sure we're all feeling. We are all subject to the effects and have seen firsthand the devastating consequences of neglect that we are all responsible for, and that this is an issue that we cannot address except if we address it jointly. We are looking forward and recognize the achievements that have been the results of COP26 and congratulate the UK on the manner in which they have steered the negotiations and the outcomes that were achieved, which do, to a large extent, meet the priorities of all those parties involved. And I've just seen Minister Sharma in Cairo, and I think we both recognize that one of the important aspects of COP26 was the momentum it created and the political will it demonstrated. And thereby, I think it's incumbent upon us as we address the lead into COP27 that we maintain this posture, that we capitalize on this momentum and seize this critical moment to even raise the ambition even further. I think it's only if we continue to strive to achieve higher goals are we going to be able, in view of the daunting challenges that exist, that we will be able to fulfill the necessary requirements for us to protect the planet, to protect it for future generations, and to have left a legacy that is a productive one. So it is a matter of that you will hear us repeatedly referring to implementation. It is time for us during COP27 to concentrate on implementation. The Paris Agreement work program has been essentially completed, and we need to see greater and more efficient implementation, both of the Paris Agreement provisions, but also the broad array of pledges and that various parties and business institutions have made generally. So that is going to be our focus, and we hope that we will be coordinating and cooperating closely. In my role as President-designate, I will be undertaking an extensive round of consultations. I will be addressing this issue from a perspective of objectivity, impartiality, and a desire to maintain the consensus and the bridge building and confidence of all the parties so that we can move ahead to achieve our common objectives.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your kind words. We value our relationship very much. Secretary Kerry, you mentioned the kind of unprecedented participation by the business community in COP26. Thinking about this next round, what do you see as the places we can partner the best? You can imagine from the Chamber's perspective that we see the business community as leading on innovation, on deployment, on being a big part of the solution to this global challenge. How do we work together to sustain this momentum?
Well, Suzanne, I think one of the really positive things that's happened is the business community around the world, partly motivated by ESG requirements and discussions, which are now in the boardrooms of every major corporation around the world, and not major even. People are all thinking about their responsibilities, and the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN are driving some of the discussion. And then, of course, reality drives it. The International Energy Agency tells us, and they've been doing a terrific job, I think, of being a sort of referee in this process, that that we have to shut down about 870 gigawatts of coal by 2030. This is a very important thing for people to focus on, 2030. We have a lot of folks who are coming out and saying, well, 2050, we'll be net zero by 2050. The problem is if you don't do enough between 2020 and 2030, you can't meet those goals, at least physically by today's capacities. You can't meet 2050 net zero. So everything is phony unless you do what you have to do between 2020 and 2030. And we're not yet on track to do that. Now, the business world has come to understand the urgency of moving because supply chains get disrupted, business is disrupted, unbelievable costs are attached to the public sector to undo the damage that a particular storm does. We spent something like $265 billion just to clean up after 3 storms. And yet we can't find $100 billion to invest in the things we need to do to prevent the exacerbation of those storms. So the business community really has the ability to be a validator here of good choices. Unfortunately, in public life around the world, and Sameh knows this, we acknowledge it in our country, there's so much polarization and so much, back and forth in terms of the rhetoric and even some radical ideas that we're not focusing our energy sufficiently on getting the job done. The business community has an ability to kind of be a bigger referee, if you will, on that, because it creates jobs, because it's so critical to day-to-day life. And increasingly around the world, people are seeing spontaneous, proactive leadership from business who are setting trends. The First Movers Coalition that came out of Glasgow is an example of that kind of leadership. So I think the business community can help do the single most important thing here that no government can do. And that is help to structure the finance for this transition. No government in the world has enough money to do what we know we have to do. The governments can help create a tax construct or a set of regulations. They can entice, they can incentivize, but they just don't have the budgets. Nobody has that kind of cash. And so what you need to do is take advantage of what business leadership has done, which is it has stepped up around the world in asset managers, in major financial institutions, banks, funds, and they're saying, we're prepared to invest X trillions of dollars over the course of the next years. The Glasgow Alliance of Banks, the GFANZ, the Financial Alliance, the Banking Alliance. I personally reached out to the 6 largest banks in America: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Citi, and Wells Fargo, and JP Morgan. And they all announced publicly that over the next 10 years, to meet the 2030 date, they are prepared to invest over $4 trillion. And that's without the asset managers. Larry Fink at BlackRock talks in terms of being able to do at least $1 trillion and perhaps more. So we're looking at clearly the potential to have major investment on a global basis. But that's investment. Let me emphasize this. It's not concessionary funding. It's investment for a return on the investment. And that's the only way we're going to get here, is by creating purchase power agreements in a particular country where the provision of energy over the next 25, 30 years through whatever build out takes place is financeable. These have to be bankable deals. We will need some concessionary funding in order to de-risk some of these investments, in order to have blended finance, which can come together to accelerate the transition to the new energy future. But that's where business can come in. They have the clout, they have the voice, they have money, they have the financials to be able to help leverage the funding necessary to get this job done. What excites me is this is doable. This is not a situation where we're staring at a doom that comes at us, like Don't Look Up with a asteroid that's coming at you. We have the ability over these next 10 years to set in train a bunch of choices that will produce new technologies, millions of new jobs. And in the end, it will create a healthier, cleaner, safer planet for everybody. And we can sort of, build a future that people could really believe in. And this is doable. What frustrates me some days is how doable it is, and yet how much procrastination there is. And our greatest enemy right now, frankly, is just the status quo. People who don't want to change, people who don't want to move to what is staring at us, which is a much better lifestyle, much better economy if we make the right choices.
Thank you for that, Mr. Shukri. Let me bring you back in on a couple of those points. I think what's so important about discussions like this is we get great minds together to negotiate a better future for all of us. And there's a lot we agree on. There's some we disagree on. You and I might feel a little differently about the role of natural gas in getting to where we want to go. But we certainly agree, I think, with Secretary Kerry's important points about the role of business and innovation. And so let me let you follow up on two of the comments. One, what do you think the role of the business community is leading up to COP27 and kind of sustaining this momentum, but also picking up on the Secretary's important points about financing? So let me let you jump in.
Well, certainly, I think the business community and the NGO community in general is a very important segment. And the finance is available, and the rewards on that finance, I think, is already a matter that is being assessed, and it's clear that the future is going to be sustained on the basis of renewable energies and clean energies, and it naturally flows into our objectives and ambitions to address the issues of climate change. But it is a matter of maintaining the focus and the necessity for finance. And it is that discussion, and recognizing that COP27 is an African COP, and that for Egypt, we will be listening carefully to the needs and priorities of African and other developing countries who have suffered greatly from the negative effects of climate change, but who also recognize the need to work hand in hand with all of the parties to be able to deal with these issues. And here, the issue of finance is fundamental because of the deficiencies that exist, and being frank, in most of the developing world, and their need to channel the available resources that John has referred to provide them the ability to continue to work on both mitigation and adaptation, and at the same time create for their citizens the necessary economic prosperity environment that they deserve. And here, both the private sector, the NGO community is fundamental in generating that finance. I recognize the point that John has made, in that this is investment. An investment necessitates reward, but that reward will certainly be available once that we have the momentum and the sustainability and the credibility of those investments and their impact. Their impact both for the overall objective of dealing with climate change, but also the impact they have on sustainable development. The UN development goals can be further advanced and expanded by the opportunities that exist by channeling investments towards new technologies, renewable energies, and that provides new job opportunities, and thereby we create a benevolent cycle of good that I think is necessary for us to deal with the challenges.
Secretary Kerry, you mentioned a minute ago the First Movers Coalition, and the Chamber was really pleased to work with you in your office both on that and the Clean Energy Deployment Initiative. And I wonder if you might tell our audience a little bit more about both of those initiatives and why they're so important to the success of the overall effort.
Absolutely. I'm delighted to do that. Could I just mention one thing, because I don't want any misinterpretation here, on gas, which will be a big debate over the course of this next year, I'm sure. I'm for gas as this transitional effort. And I hope someone will come up with the technology that can affordably find a way to capture the emissions. Gas by itself is not the problem. It's the byproduct of how it's used. And when gas, which as I said is mostly methane, is burned, you get CO2. You get 50% less approximately than with coal. So I'm for gas. I'll take a gas turbine in the place of a coal-fired power plant anytime, unabated coal today. But that's not, you've got to make sure, Suzanne, that if you're talking about a 30 or 40-year horizon, which is currently necessary in terms of amortizing the costs of that, you got a problem if you don't have the abatement. So that's what everybody has to understand, is we're not going to solve the problem unless we can capture and store or find a utilization for carbon. I noticed that in Australia, they just came up with a way to turn CO2 into solid. And that may, who knows, may possibly be opening up a different future. The First Mover Coalition is an effort by companies, by major companies, Holcim, Lafarge Holcim, for instance, the largest cement dealer in the world, is now making green cement. And they have made a pledge, as have others, that they're going to continue to do that and be able to bring the market, if you will, faster to the growth level that you need, so the market is operating under its own forces. Volvo has made a commitment that they're going to buy 10% green steel only and put it into their cars. And they've decided that when it gets down to the car, it's only pennies of differential in cost, and this can work. So they're saying to somebody who will make green steel, we're going to be there. We will buy. Here's the amount we're committing to. Maersk, the largest container ship operator in the world, has made a commitment that the next 8 ships they build will be carbon free. So a shipbuilder can start to design and make that carbon free ship, get the contract, and that begins to open up the market to new technology, new possibilities. Amazon has signed up, Bank of America, Boeing, for instance, and Delta, and and United Airlines have all agreed that they're going to only buy 5% of the fuel they'd use is going to be 85% emissions free. So the people are setting standards to try to accelerate the creation of the marketplace. And it's a very exciting initiative. They're great, about 36 great companies that have signed up to it. And we hope more people will, because this will accelerate the transition to green in ways that nothing else can do. It's the market itself taking hold and working.
Thank you for that. And as I said, we've appreciated working with your office on both of those initiatives. And I also appreciate what you said about gas and the importance of getting the infrastructure right. Mr. Shukri, coming back to you, it's an exciting time in U.S.-Egyptian relationship, right? 100 years, as we said earlier. This is an important diplomatic milestone. So as you think about what we can do to work together, the private sector and public sectors in our countries, what are your hopes for the relationship going forward?
Well, certainly, overall, we look forward to maintaining the strategic nature of our relationship, one that has been highly beneficial to Egypt over the years in its progress in its developmental objectives, but also in the area of security, maintaining peace and security in our region, and furthering, strengthening our common interests, but also meeting the challenges that we both face. I think we have a very large sector of unanimity of understanding of the challenges that we face, and that we can only effectively do so in cooperation and coordination between us. We're looking forward to the celebration of the centennial of the relationship. We kicked it off with the resumption of the strategic dialogue, and I'm glad to say that it was a very productive and in-depth discussion of the variety of the components of this very intricate, important, and far-reaching relationship. And we're equally looking forward to our cooperation with the U.S. In our capacity as president of COP27. The U.S.'s re-engagement has been quite rewarding, and the U.S. has demonstrated during COP26 its willingness to engage effectively with all of the parties. I think the conclusion of the U.S.-China agreement demonstrated the political will, but from two of the greatest emitters, but it also is an indication of the desire to find common ground on meeting the crucial issues. The relationship is a productive one between us generally, and it can certainly play an important role in moving forward the objectives of a successful COP27. And also we rely on the U.S. Private sector, the participation and the commitment of the U.S. companies, as was demonstrated by much of what John has said, is truly important in maintaining the sustainability of the finance discussion. Finance will remain a very prominent issue that's going to have an impact on future, whether COP27 or beyond, and it is necessary for us to rely on sustainable and predictable finance if we are to move forward. I have to say also that there is a role to be played in this part by a positive non-state actors in the U.S., whether it's at the state level or from institutions like AmCham and others who have demonstrated their commitment to the climate change discussion and their willingness to play an active role in it.
Secretary Kerry, I don't want to let this session end without bringing up the Global Methane Pledge. I mean, your team was instrumental in getting more than 100 countries to agree to the pledge, and maybe you could take a minute to talk about the next steps.
Oh, thank you, Suzanne. And I'd just parenthetically say quickly, thank you to Egypt for the critical role Sammy just described, and I want to underscore that from the initiative taken by President Sadat to make peace, to the many times that President Sisi, Sammy himself have been involved in the region with Libya, with so many other countries, Sudan, etc. So we're very appreciative, and we value enormously the primary role that Egypt plays on a regional basis. We thank them for it. With respect to the methane, methane is a sort of not very well understood or known entity. It's one of the greenhouse gases. Unfortunately, it is becoming more and more prominent for a number of reasons. One of the most threatening reasons is, let me give you an example. Russia spans, I think, 7 or 8 time zones. 2/3 of the land mass of Russia sits on top of frozen land, permafrost. And because of global climate change, that permafrost, not just in Russia, but across Alaska and the north, is thawing. And as it thaws, it releases amazing amounts of methane that has been locked in for literally, tens of thousands of years. And methane, when it's first released in the first 10, 15 years or so, is far more potent, doing destructive damage to our lives than CO2. It's 80 times more damaging, more destructive. And so we have this threat now of open mines from which methane leaks, or pipes from which it leaks in transportation and elsewhere. And estimates are in Russia, for instance, that the leakage is somewhere around 5 to 10%, as it is in some other parts of the world. And so you could actually light a match. If you saw bubbles coming up in the water in the north or various places, you light a match, the water will light on fire. I mean, this is methane just coming up. And we have to contain it because it is so destructive. So 109 countries have signed up to the effort to try to do this. Now, the good thing about it is methane is relatively easy to contain, except for the permafrost issue, by low technology kind of responses, not that expensive, not that hard to do. And what we've achieved is a global pledge. This is a shared initiative with the EU, with Frans Timmermans and the EU, to try to get a global reduction of the emissions, these free emissions of methane, of 30% over the course of the next 10 years. No one country has to produce the 30%. Whatever a country can contribute to the effort is welcome. And the 109 countries have signed up in order to do that, including China, which signed an agreement with us that they will issue a national methane action plan this year. They will submit it to the COP27 in Egypt. And obviously China is the largest emitter in the world. So this is significant to have them on board. We need all countries to be part of this effort, obviously, because it's one of the best ways we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The International Energy Agency has told us that if we succeed in getting a 30% reduction in the next 10 years, which is achievable fairly easily, then that is the equivalent of every automobile in the world, every truck in the world, every airplane in the world, every ship in the world, all going to zero emissions in that span of time. It actually saves about 0.2 degrees of warming on the modeling. So we hope every nation will be much more serious about methane now than they ever have been. And deforestation goes hand in hand with that. And one of the great successes of Glasgow was a commitment by 2028, 2030 that deforestation will end in a non-sustainable way. So I think we've got an opportunity to make huge progress here, and we look forward to working with countries to do that.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry. Let me give Minister Shukri the last word here. So, as the host of COP27, you're talking to your American partners in government and in business. What do you think the role of the U.S. is in leading up to this important conference?
Well, as I mentioned, we're looking forward to full U.S. engagement, and we're confident with the leadership of both John, but also the commitment that President Biden himself has indicated to the addressing the challenges of climate change. We're confident that U.S. leadership will continue to support the process, will continue to address the issue in a comprehensive manner and create the necessary environment. We hope that all of the issues will be addressed in a holistic manner, because it has been an issue in the past where there has been a lack of confidence, to put it bluntly, in terms of what the objectives are and what the intentions of many of the parties are, whether it is a division between developing and developing countries, or whether it's an issues of underlying economic potential. And I think it is now more apparent to all that we need to address this issue with greater transparency and to deal with it with all of its components. And here I mention again that the issue of finance, I think, has been highlighted, as is the issue of mitigation and adaptation. But there are other potential areas where we need to also concentrate our efforts, is the matter of the transfer of technologies, for example. If there is still a reluctance on part of some to provide the technologies necessary for us to address the challenges of climate change, to depend more on renewable energies and the technologies associated with it, then there will always be deficiencies. And I think that in the US's recognition of the holistic nature of this discussion and the need to create a higher degree of confidence and reliability, I think that is an important role, and I hope that one that will be promoted by the United States in its leadership role. It has a great deal of influence that it can utilize, and I think the cause is worthy that we all give it our best shot.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate both of your remarks today. Thank you both for being with us. Thank you all for participating in this forum. Together, we can strengthen our nation's efforts to address the climate challenge as we build momentum for these really important discussions ahead of COP27. So thank you to the audience. Thank you to our distinguished guests. I hope you enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Now we have our third part of our engagement today. Her Excellency Minister Dr. Yasmin Fouad, Minister of Environment, will be our keynote speaker now. I just want to give a brief presentation. Minister Fouad is actually the COP27 envoy, and she will have a major part in the preparation of COP27. Her Excellency was appointed Minister of Environment in June 18, 2018. Prior to that, she served as Assistant Minister of Environment for Sustainable Development since 2014. Her Excellency has more than 20 years experience in environment and international cooperation, working in government, UN organizations, NGOs, and universities. Dr. Fouad is the lead author of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC Special Report on Climate Change, Desertification, Land Degradation, sustainable land management, food security, and greenhouse gas fluxes in terrestrial ecosystems in 2017. Dr. Fouad holds a Master of Science in Environmental Science and a PhD in Political Science, Euro-Mediterranean Studies from Cairo University. Minister Fouad, please, the podium is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tariq Tawfi, President of the AmCham. Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be here today, and this is not the first time. We've just prepared this session based on previous sessions on. Can you hear me well? Or there is an echo in the voice? There is nothing? Then it's only me who can hear the echo. Okay, this is not the first time. We've just met before on opportunities for the environment sector. And based on that, we've agreed on holding that session. These 2 days are really very important for setting the strategic partnership between USA and Egypt. It's important that it will lay the foundation not only for the COP27, how can we raise the ambition and how can we involve more the private sector, but it will also tap on opportunities that Egypt is availing in its journey towards the green transition. As COP27 President Minister Shukri, as well as the US presidential envoy has just indicated, how we think of that COP as COP of implementation and the global challenge for the climate change. We are facing that each and every single day. I felt it's very important to set the scene for what kind of partnerships can we create? How can we package that with the climate mitigation and adaptation? Does Egypt provide opportunities for such public-private partnership to be there? Did it realize that? And what further opportunities are there? One important factor that the reason why I'm also giving this presentation, which I would like to call upon all of you in your sessions, whether the session of my dear sister and colleague, Dr. Rania Al-Mashat on the public-private partnership, or on the one on oil and gas with Minister Al-Mullah. Tomorrow we will be having more discussions on technology and on water and agriculture. We would like to really hear from you, as indicated in the speech of the Prime Minister, Dr. Madbouli, earlier. What are the challenges, the bottlenecks, the barriers that you see for the inclusion in the private sector? This kind of discussion and deliberation will help us more build a realistic, implementable, ambitious US-Egypt green partnership. I thank you all for this introduction. Climate change challenges. Egypt is a country that's highly vulnerable to climate change. One of the most important parts that the IPCC, for those of you who are not familiar with the IPCC is the International Panel for Climate Change. It's the highest scientific body for providing information and science-based, has indicated that the Nile Delta is considered one of the 3 extreme vulnerable hotspots. And there is a fact of, you cannot hear well? Okay. The sea level rise, reduced recharges rates, and higher evaporation. What does this mean? The more we have higher temperature, there is more evaporation, there is more
ice that's melting, more sea level rise in many parts of the world, but that is concentrated also in the Nile Delta as one of the three extreme vulnerable hotspots worldwide. This will definitely, water is the essence of everything in life. This would affect the food security and the agriculture, and negatively will affect what we call the land use, the human settlement, the residents, the infrastructure, and so forth. From that perspective, Egypt, through its National Council for Climate Change, just as a piece of information, Egypt has set itself very high politically in that portfolio, even before submitting our papers for hosting of the upcoming COP27. Egypt has uplifted that level of discussion to the level of the Prime Minister. So our Prime Minister, Dr. Mustafa Madbouli, is heading the National Council for Climate Change since end of 2019. That is related to the multilateral process when the whole world started to put Paris Agreement into action, what we call in our language, Paris Rulebook. And from that perspective, as ministers, we were mandated to put a national climate change strategy until 2050. And the Ministry of Environment interacted with everyone to try to develop that strategy that we are all honored that we launched its policy paper during the COP26. Our vision for climate change strategy is simply addressing the impacts of climate change, which contributes to improving the quality of life of the Egyptian citizen, achieving sustainable development and sustainable economic growth, preserving natural resources and ecosystem, and strengthening Egypt's leadership at the international level. Looking at that vision, you can see that the climate change is not only linked to the environment part, but we're linking that to the economic growth of the country and to the social part through the quality of life of the Egyptians. We've put ambitious 5 objectives. The first one relates more to the low carbon emission development. That's the area of mitigation. The second is more adaptive capacity and resilience to climate change. We all saw what happened in Aswan and a few years ago in Ras Gharib, and a month ago, the ice that's falling over Alexandria. This is what we call how better to adapt, enhancing the governance structure of the climate change action. What are the financing patterns through enhancing the financing infrastructure? And we cannot live without an R&D, a good scientific research and a technology transfer. If we look at Egypt's greenhouse gases emission, in the speech of His Excellency Prime Minister earlier, he indicated that Egypt all emissions is less than 1%. Yes, it's true. If we look at Egypt's emission, that is 325 million gigaton of CO2 equivalent. If we see that, how does it mean to the all global emissions? It will be 0.6%. That's less than 1%. How those emissions are linked to the sectors, you will find that the energy sectors take 64%. Energy here does not mean electricity. It includes the part related to the oil and gas, to the transport, and to the electricity. The waste, the 8%, the agriculture, 14%, and industry, 12%. If we look at the energy sector, why I'm bringing that specific data to the floor here today? Because I'm linking them with the opportunities for collaboration. The more we open opportunities for collaboration in sectors that has high emissions, even at the national level, even if the national level is not counted as high, the more ambitious we be, the more we are able to push further and see where the private sector can intervene. If we talk about the energy sector, we would find the energy industry, the manufacturing industry and construction. The transport sector takes 23% of the whole of the 64%. Other sectors and the fugitive emission coming from oil and natural gas. For the industry sector, it is still distributed that 15% between cement production, lime industry, glass industry, ammonia, nitric, petrochemicals, iron and steel, aluminium, as well as other products. The industry, as mentioned even by State Secretary John Kerry, has indicated two things in his speech: the green cement and the steel. How can we involve more ambitious plan for the private sector and provide more investment in that? The waste sector, the solid waste disposal is 50% of the problem. And by the way, I want to go back here to one part that's very important. Some would ever think that the waste sector does not generate a lot of emission. It does. It is 8% and the agriculture 14 and the industry 12. Would you ever imagine that the emission coming from the waste would still be that considerable and very near to the industry? For the waste, we will have the waste treatment, waste disposal, biological treatment. I will give more opportunities of where can we work better in that regard. Adaptation activities. Egypt has, as I mentioned, as a vulnerable country, would like to focus on coastal zone. How can we work more on coastal zone management plan for north coast of Egypt? Structure and architectural intervention for engineering protection work, land protection and sand dune, as well as how can we prepare our plan. This simply means what? The coastal zone in the Mediterranean, especially in the north coast, in Alexandria, in Damietta, how can we put more protection and sand dunes that would prevent those cities from being impacted by climate change? Water resources and irrigation, water conservation measures in the agriculture sector, in the industry, how can we recycle water more, and what new technologies can be introduced? For an example, water desalination plants. And the water resources will be tackled by Minister Mohammed tomorrow in the water session. For the agriculture, what irrigation techniques do we need in order to best use our water? How can we change the crop patterns? What is being planted as crop cannot endure the high heat waves that we're having. And in some cases, the very cold weather cannot be also endured by the same time of crops. And how can we support the small farmers? And here's the interesting part. Where are the opportunities of the private sector participation in order to combat climate change? Where are the areas that we need to tap? Are there success stories can we build upon? And how can we do that? For an example, when we're talking about the waste sector, we have announced the feed-in tariff for the waste to energy and the sludge to energy. And that gives more opportunities for the private sector to tap in. 140 piastres for the per gigawatt for the private sector, and we can have more opportunities at the level of the governorates. We have finalized the first contract for the purchasing agreement between the electricity, between the governorate and the Ministry of Environment and the municipality in order to allow opportunities for the private sector to be included. The government is establishing and constructing a number of waste recycling factories. These are producing compost. How can we include the private sector to manage those kind of facilities? Even the waste collection and transportation, we were able to finalize the first contract for half of Cairo for the private sector inclusion for collection and transport of the waste. The sustainable transport. What would be the kind of contracts that provide public transportation services? We have some good examples in the urban cities, but we would like to replicate that. There is a big presidential program that looks into how can we work with the compressed natural gas, how can we work more with the electric vehicles and the public buses, how can we include that with its services being managed with the private sector. The production as well of the electric vehicle and the technology transfer in that regard. The energy sector is the most booming sector, and I'm sure that colleague Minister Shaker would be giving more on that. But what kind of renewable energy that we can upscale? A very ambitious plan of the government of Egypt of 42% to be by renewables in the electricity sector, and more opportunities in the green hydrogen that has been also presented with both the Minister of Electricity and the Minister of Planning and Economic Development. The big part that I would like to introduce today is the challenges that we face on the water. How can we make bankable projects on water desalination plant that works with solar panels as design, build, and operate by the private sector? Can we start thinking, and can the US bring more ideas to the table of investment in the agriculture sector, linking agro-food and the crop patterns together? So here we're linking what we're planting and new crop pattern with the agro-food. So we're linking the agriculture and the industry. Thank you very much. These are just opportunities that is presented as food for thought for the participants here and the members in a way that help us to think of that. And please, we would like to hear the challenges that you think are there, because we want to have a real US-Egypt public-private partnership that is ambitious, implementable, and feed within the global climate change challenge, but also push Egypt into a speedy green transition. Thank you.
being defeated by technology?
Yeah, apparently we have a problem here with the acoustics. The sounds are usually not clear.
Start.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Omar Mahanna, and I'm the chairman of the Egypt-US Business Council. It really gives me great pleasure to participate in this panel on climate diplomacy, the intersection of geopolitics, diplomacy, and sustainable development goals. I want to first commend Egypt's Minister of Environment, Dr. Yasmin Fouad, for her remarks, which helped to set the scene for Egypt's green public-private partnerships and the opportunities we have in front of us as we prepare over the coming months for COP27. With regard to today's forum, it is worth mentioning that among President Biden's first actions was the reinstatement of the United States to the Paris Climate Accord, signaling the importance the administration places on the climate challenge, both domestically and in its foreign policy. As the host of COP27 representing Africa, Egypt has an enormous role to play in helping to frame the priority areas of focus for the November Global Conference and perhaps bring to the forefront different perspectives than those that dominated Glasgow. The United States and Egypt will celebrate 100 years of diplomatic relations this year, and COP27 presents our countries with a historic opportunity to demonstrate that we can collaborate closely on an issue of great importance to our future. I hope everyone will share my enthusiasm for this panel and the discussion we will have. I'm eager for our dialogue, as I will be joined by two seasoned diplomats that bring not only decades of foreign policy experience to the table, but also understand how to grapple with complex issues involving a range of stakeholders, interests, and viewpoints. Our two distinguished panelists are the Honorable Jonathan Cohen, U.S. Ambassador to Egypt, and His Excellency Mu'taz Zahran, Egypt's Ambassador to the United States. So the first question that I'll be addressing to both ambassadors is the following. The United States and Egypt are celebrating 100 years of diplomatic relations this year. COP27 presents our countries with a historic opportunity to demonstrate that we can collaborate closely on an issue of great importance to our future. How should we be working together to fully capitalize on this historic centennial milestone to both deepen our bilateral ties while also coming together as strategic partners on this big issue that we are facing globally? Ambassador Zahran, I'll start with you, so the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Omar. I hope I'm heard well, and I'm happy to be part of the conversation today and to be part of the occasion and the event as a whole. Let me just say and start by saying thank you, a big thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for arranging the event, and also thanks to AmCham Egypt and the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, whom we've heard just a while ago. I'm also happy to be on the panel with my good friend, Ambassador Jonathan Cohen, and delighted to have witnessed just a glimpse right now, and will continue throughout the day and tomorrow to listen to insightful discussions of distinguished speakers from both Egypt and the US. So we're extremely excited to be the host of COP27 and later this year in November. President al-Sisi had declared in September 2021 that Egypt would work to make the conference a radical turning point in international climate efforts in coordination with all parties, for the benefit of not only Africa, but the entire world. Minister Shukri, whom we've heard this morning, has been also designated as the chairperson of the COP27, and the embassy here in Washington, D.C. looks forward to being the focal point in Washington as we engage in a constructive process with U.S. Stakeholders on the transition from COP26 to COP27. Now, to tackle your question, Omar, let me just say that Egypt welcomes and encourages the U.S. efforts led by President Biden, Special Envoy Kerry, to achieve progress on addressing climate change in light of its major challenges for humanity. Now, President Biden announced in April 2021 the doubling of climate finance to reach 5.7 billion annually, and later a doubling of the double in Glasgow, elevating total US finance pledges to 11.7 billion annually, which signals the priority that the administration attaches to this critical issue. And we applaud, of course, these pledges and intentions and stand ready to work towards seeing them materialize. Part of what Minister Shukri had to say this morning is an emphasis and a focus as we look into COP27 on implementation, whether the implementation which he highlighted relates to the Paris Agreement or the different array of pledges that have been made so far. So climate change is a major agenda item in Egypt-US strategic dialogue that we've held in November 2021. The dialogue's deliverables included the formation of the first ever climate working group between both countries and a green economy trade mission in Egypt in 2022. And we look forward to their convening and them happening sooner rather than later. We recognize the pandemic and the restrictions, but nevertheless, we're committed, and we hope to be able to formulate the priorities and the action plan for the climate working group together, both the US and Egypt. Let me just also say that Envoy Kerry had recently addressed the World Youth Forum in Sharm el-Sheikh. He expressed appreciation for Egypt's role. This morning, we've heard him again, and especially as we host COP27. Just in a nutshell, and answering your question again, climate action creates an outstanding, let me say, context for a meaningful exchange of ideas between our governments. We've just heard a few of them this morning and will continue throughout the day. The embassy also here in Washington plans on hosting a series of events to highlight climate-related themes and action plans with our partners here in Congress, the administration and the business community, AmCham and others. And we also would like to feature climate action as a growing area of bilateral cooperation between both countries. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Mu'taz. Ambassador Cohen, the same question. It's your turn now.
Well, thank you very much, Omar. And as it is for Ambassador Zafran, it's a great pleasure for me to be on this panel with two good friends, yourself and the ambassador in Washington. The title of this panel is Climate Diplomacy, and Egyptians have been practicing diplomacy since pharaonic times. So I'm looking forward to engaging deeply with my colleagues across the spectrum of the Egyptian government as we head toward COP27. We've heard from a number of speakers that 2022 is a historic year. It's a historic year because we'll be celebrating 100 years of diplomatic relations between the US and Egypt. It also marks 100 years since the discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb, and almost exactly 100 years to the date of that discovery. Eyes will once again be on Egypt as it hosts COP27, and the United States will be standing by Egypt and assisting it with this historic endeavor. Over the last 100 years, the US and Egypt have deepened our bilateral relationship over time. We've increased cultural and academic ties, expanded our trade and our investment, and worked together politically on bilateral, regional, and international issues. And as we've heard from several speakers just last November, we reaffirmed our commitment to our strategic partnership at a strategic dialogue. Today, the US-Egyptian relationship has a depth that isn't always appreciated or seen. More than 40 years after Camp David, the strategic partnership extends well beyond security, and I see COP27 as an important moment to shine a spotlight on our shared interests and our shared values. Egypt and the US share the goals of combating climate change and promoting jobs, prosperity, health, and security of all of our citizens. At COP27, our countries will stand together against environmental degradation, against shoreline erosion, against desertification, air pollution, and water quality degradation. These issues threaten the security and the prosperity of Americans and Egyptians, and we need to face these challenges together. We'll be supporting Egypt as the hosts of COP27, as I said, in part through the work of the climate working group that Ambassador Zahran referred to. 2022 is a critical year in what President Biden has called a decisive decade for climate action. And Egypt is one of the most vulnerable countries to the effects of climate change. We're hoping to leverage US private sector investment to support Egypt's climate ambitions in line with what Secretary Kerry said during his presentation, and to marshal US government financing mechanisms to help with Egypt's efforts. We'll work with Egypt to build capacity at the ministries that will organize and execute COP27 to try and ensure that the conference lives up to its fullest potential. So again, we are looking forward to engaging across the board with a variety of ministries and ministers, with the private sector, both here in Egypt and drawing on the private sector in the US. We're very much looking forward to the Green Trade Mission, which we hope will come out sometime in the next few months, and to the work of the Climate Working Group. So there's a lot in the bundle there. It's going to be a very active year going forward.
Thank you, Jonathan. My next question to Ambassador Zahran. As Egypt's top envoy to the United States, we know how closely you engage the US Congress, the administration, and partners like the business community on a range of topics. As the host to COP29, how will you approach this opportunity in Washington and beyond? Mu'taz?
Well, thank you, Omar. Not sure who will be host of COP29. We're host of COP27, upcoming November. So let me just, reiterate what I just mentioned a while ago.
I meant 27.
In terms of us here at the embassy, very closely engaged with Congress, with members of Congress, both Senate and House, but also with the think tank community and the administration and stakeholders in large when it comes to businesses and AmCham. Let me just say that we, and as I've mentioned earlier, we will be hosting at the embassy and restrictions and conditions, health conditions permitting, a series of events with all stakeholders here in Washington in order to set forth the priorities that we think are important as we move towards COP27. Now, these priorities here, we've heard a number of areas where Minister Shukri had, re-emphasized on the importance of raising the ambition. And raising the ambition here, as we look at Glasgow, we've seen a number of successes, as Secretary Kerry, Special Envoy Kerry, has referred to, but we've also seen areas whereby we still need to issue or achieve progress. And part of the real dilemma here is probably squarely on the falls squarely on the issue of finance. And the issue of finance here relates directly to both mitigation and adaptation efforts. And this is where I think we, as an international community, have fell short in terms of reaching the ambition. And this is why it's extremely important for us here in Washington to continue to raise the issue of raising the ambition, but also implementation, as I said earlier, when it comes to pledges and when it comes to the specific obligations of our agreements in Paris. So this will continue to be the focus of the embassy. We will continue also to engage with stakeholders. What I am extremely happy to have listened to is the presentation by Minister Yasmin Fuad, who had made specific references to specific projects that could be the focus of our efforts in terms of public and private partnership, which is needed. No government alone will be able to provide the finance. No private sector alone would be able to pinpoint the areas of importance and the areas of focus. And this is why public and private, in terms of finance, but also in terms of priorities, comes extremely well. And I'll be definitely making sure that these areas that have been spelled out today are part of the conversation here in Washington as we move towards a much more coherent vision on what we need to see as the results and the outcome of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh.
Very clear, Mu'taz. Thank you. Ambassador Cohen, in a similar line, you too are incredibly active with the government of Egypt, business community, and other partners. This is a special year with Egypt hosting COP27. Beyond the conference itself, how are you planning to leverage this unique opportunity here in Egypt for the United States?
Well, Omar, Egypt needs investment and expertise to adapt to and mitigate climate change, and the United States can provide both. This is an opportunity for the U.S. private sector to invest in mass transit, power grids, renewables, electric vehicles, sustainable buildings, clean water, and sustainable agriculture. The United States is home to the most innovative companies, research institutes, and universities in the world, and these institutions will be represented at COP27 and will be looking to build partnerships here for the future. We hope to leverage U.S. government financing mechanisms as well, including the Development Finance Corporation, the Export-Import Bank, and the Trade and Development Agency, to spur additional private sector investment in Egypt's green economy. As Special Envoy Kerry has said, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the AmCham Egypt, and I are all planning to work together to bring this U.S. private sector green economy delegation to Egypt later this spring to see firsthand the opportunities for U.S. investment in Egypt's green economy. Our support to Egypt is also going to strengthen the U.S. economy and create good jobs both here and in the United States. And all the while, it'll be expanding U.S. exports. And just a footnote, I saw this week that the United States has become the #1 market for Egyptian non-petroleum exports. So in the trade space, I think there's a lot that we can do taking advantage of this moment of COP27 to bolster the trade relationship in both directions.
Well, sticking with Ambassador Cohen, there has been a great deal of rhetoric from many about the United States pivoting away from and downgrading its focus on the Middle East. While I would certainly welcome your thoughts on that assertion, I'm interested to hear how Egypt hosting COP27 actually provides our countries an opportunity to demonstrate the continued significance of our bilateral relationship and the United States' broader ties in the region.
Well, first of all, because Egypt's hosting COP27, there's a global spotlight that's going to be focused on Egypt, and the United States, the whole of the United States government is going to be focused on Egypt as we head into COP27. More generally, in terms of the region, the United States remains and will remain deeply engaged in the Middle East and in Egypt. Egypt's role as a regional leader is well established, whether in the Arab world, the Muslim world, in Africa, or among developing countries. Egypt has a track record of leadership. And by leading on climate at COP27, Egypt can continue to bolster its leadership vocation in a field that is one of the pillars of American foreign policy right now. Egypt is again outward-looking and building new links to the Mediterranean and to Africa, reinvigorating its ties across the Middle East. How can it not be a key partner for the United States? Let me just give you some recent examples to illustrate our engagement. In the last 4 months, here in Egypt, we've had our National Security Advisor visit, followed a few weeks later by the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Both met with President Sisi and Foreign Minister Shukri, among others. And in November, Secretary of State Blinken met with Foreign Minister Shukri in Washington over the course of 2 days to relaunch our strategic dialogue for the first time in 6 years. Our engagement is also showing results. U.S. companies and their affiliates have invested nearly $24 billion in Egypt's economy over the past 2 decades, and these investments support more than 41,000 Egyptian jobs, including nearly 17,000 in manufacturing. I don't see that dwindling over time. I see it growing. Egypt's non-oil exports to the U.S. rose 50% over the past year, as I said, making us the #1 market for non-oil exports. valued at over $2.3 billion. And Egypt is currently tied with South Africa for the top overall U.S. export destination in Africa, with over $5 billion each last year. On the development side, through USAID, the U.S. government is currently funding $600 million in projects to support Egypt's economic growth, working together with the Egyptian people, government, and private sector. And USAID is increasing incomes, creating jobs, strengthening private enterprise, supporting a healthy and educated workforce, and empowering women and youth to be the economic engine that businesses here in Egypt need. That doesn't sound like moving away from the region to me. Egypt also has the oldest and largest Fulbright program in the Arab world and Africa, with an alumni network of over 8,000 scholars from Egypt and the United States. And the U.S. Embassy in Cairo currently sponsors 30 other exchange programs for Egyptians to travel to the U.S. We have approximately 17,000 alumni who've benefited from these programs. And we just celebrated the 80th anniversary of our flagship exchange program, the International Visitor Leadership Program. More than 3,000 Egyptians have participated in this since 1946, when 4 Egyptian journalists pioneered the program by traveling by steamship to the United States. The Middle East and North Africa continue to be a focus of U.S. diplomatic and defense engagement, with some of our largest and most active embassies located here in the region, and a continued robust Central Command military presence. Just for example, last year, the U.S. conducted over 30 joint military exercises with Egypt, including the 17th iteration of Bright Star, which is the region's premier multilateral exercise. We've also been expanding our naval cooperation with Egypt, particularly in the Red Sea, with the goal of safeguarding freedom of navigation and maritime security. That military cooperation builds on our work to strengthen economic and commercial ties and people-to-people ties, and to build regional security, including by countering Iran's destabilizing behavior in the region. So in sum, Egypt's at the forefront of these wide-ranging engagements, and our engagement in the Middle East remains and will remain robust.
Thank you, Jonathan. Ambassador Zahran, as you know, Egypt is serving as host of COP27 on behalf of Africa, and will then be passing the proverbial baton to the UAE to host COP28 next year. Given this, how is the Egyptian government working with its diplomatic partners across the continent to ensure Africa's voice is heard by the world at Sharm el-Sheikh in November? And likewise, how is the government coordinating with the UAE to ensure a seamless transition and continuity of focus?
Thank you, Omar. Egypt's vision regarding climate change rests on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. We've been instrumental in climate talks on controversial topics such as climate finance and adaptation. We continue to believe in both, and we represent as such the group of 77 in China in agricultural negotiations, the Arab group Egypt represents in carbon market negotiations and emission reduction, and the like-minded countries group in transparency negotiations. So the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change elected Egypt as a permanent member in 2018. Egypt also chaired the African Council for Ministers of Environment in 2015 and 2016. We also chaired the African Climate Change Negotiations group in 2018. And of course, we host COP27 on behalf of the African group next November. So the fields and the circles of countries and stakeholders around the globe are embedded in Egypt's engagements at different levels through the different groups we're part of, but not only part of, but lead. So we support the adequate and predictable climate finance. This is another principle that we believe in. And we also believe that it is a cornerstone for implementing national contributions and to support national financing dedicated to climate-related projects. We also believe that it is essential to avoid the transformation of nationally determined contributions into commitments on developing countries, particularly in Africa, due to the different legal status of developed and developing countries, according to the Paris Agreement. Contributions of developing countries and their ambitions should be a reflection of their national priorities and their national development needs, but also and above all, their minimal contribution to emissions globally. And this should be also recognized in terms of not overburdening developing countries with additional commitments and obligations that do not relate in a direct fashion to their either development needs or their contributions to emissions in general. The Paris Agreement of 2015 is the general framework. It is based and built on a delicate balance between both adaptation and resilience on the one hand and mitigation on the other. Implementation in developing countries is dependent on international support from developed countries. The global goal of 100 billion annually for climate finance has not been accomplished, as I've mentioned earlier. And this implies that raising ambitions is a comprehensive process that is not solely confined to emission reduction, but should also be associated with raising ambition of financial pledges from developed countries. And these are all themes that are very important, and we will probably see reflected in our efforts as we move ahead towards COP27 and in COP27 itself. How the transition from COP27 to COP28 with the UAE will look like is probably contingent to the efforts we will be exerting throughout the year leading to COP27. And when we see the outcomes and the results, they will definitely be part of the conversations with our UAE brethren as we move towards a successful COP27 and to ensure the basics of another successful COP28 that builds on COP27 as we intend to build on the successes we had in COP26 in Glasgow.
Thank you, Martez. A question for both ambassadors. As the world will look at the challenge of climate change through the lens of Africa at COP27, how will Egypt and the United States ensure that in diplomatic corners around the globe, there is a real understanding of the energy poverty facing many countries today in Africa, as well as the need to foster, not dampen, economic growth? And beyond pressing for an appreciation of this reality, how do you see it translating into practical policies, financing support, and tangible initiatives?
Well, the climate crisis needs to be solved with technology and with investment of historic proportions. And that will flow to the developing world, leading to a surge in economic growth and higher productivity. We, the US, have invested in sub-Saharan Africa's electrical grid since 2013 through the Power Africa initiative. And Egypt, as a gateway to Africa, is already supplying electricity to its neighbors and is poised to do even more in the years to come. Egypt's also at the heart of a regional energy sector that was unimaginable a decade ago. Its gas could help solve Lebanon's electricity crisis. Egyptian liquefied natural gas from domestic and Israeli gas fields is already helping to keep the lights on in Europe. And going beyond mere energy, 150 years ago, the Suez Canal changed shipping and brought the world closer together. Today, the data cables that pass through Egypt are accelerating change for our generation. Improving data and internet links is also going to be important. It's going to be more important than electricity going into the 21st century. In November, the White House announced the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience. The acronym is PREPARE. And it's a whole of government approach to bring together the diplomatic, development, and technical expertise of the United States to help developing countries adapt to and manage the impacts of climate change by 2030. It's the largest US commitment ever made to reduce climate impacts on the most vulnerable to climate change. And we'll soon be reaching out to local private sector entities to explore areas of opportunity for collaboration on developing, financing, and implementing prepare plans and programs. So let me stop there and hear what Ambassador Zahran has to say on it.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mu'taz, the floor is yours now. Same question.
Well, thank you, Omar. Thank you, Jonathan. Let me just say that adaptation to climate change is a top priority, as I've previously mentioned, for Egypt and Africa, given the impact of climatic changes and extreme weather conditions on agriculture, water resources, and energy. Egypt co-chairs with the UK the Climate Ambition Alliance as part of its continuing focus on expanding global partners' involvement in climate adaptation endeavors. Domestically, Egypt's development plans include, of course, clear goals with regard to increasing the share of clean energy in our energy mix. We are currently working on the first national strategy for climate change, as we've heard from Minister Yasmin Fouad, who also mentioned that the policy paper of which had been presented in Glasgow. So this is a work in progress. And in general, Egypt has witnessed, quantum leaps ahead and achieved major strides in sustainability, especially in energy transformation and increasing the renewable energy component in our energy consumption, as we aim for renewable energy to comprise 42% of our energy mix by 2035, and also, as been said this morning, a reflection in our national strategy for a sustainable integrated energy that is incorporates the target. Egypt also has a total portfolio of eligible green projects that amounts to 1.9 billion, of which approximately USD 16% of which is devoted to renewable energy, 19% to clean transportation, 26% sustainable water and wastewater management, and 39% pollution prevention and control. So our commitment here to formulating effective climate responses necessitates a realistic outlook to the transitional phase from fossil fuel to a net zero economy. And this is why we've introduced in part of our literature here the responsibility of being realistic as we transform. Natural gas is a viable alternative. We've heard what Secretary Kerry had to say on gas this morning, and it is part of the transitional phase. In Egypt, we've also led the efforts to establish the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum, which everyone knows of, because we've simply put a lot in terms of investing, but a lot in terms of disseminating the information on the forum, its intentions, and its benefits when it comes to regional and extra-regional benefits as well, and geostrategically and politically as well. So Egypt has not yet joined any carbon neutrality initiative and has not set dates for a total reduction of emissions. And this is why we've introduced the notion of being realistic. This will be considered according to national, of course, priorities and capacities and future development plans. So in general, Egypt believes that addressing climate change within an integrated approach to sustainable development and the 2030 agenda is a massive opportunity. And accordingly, we seek to harmonize our national 2030 agenda with the international agenda on biodiversity, on combating desertification, and climate finance, of course, policies to facilitate access to funding sources. International cooperation is pivotal to implement renewable energy and adaptation projects and to achieve green transformation in the industrial sector. Now, on the level of our regional and international outreach, sustainable finance that accommodates the needs and the circumstances of developing countries, especially African countries, is imperative for a successful coordinated global effort on climate change. Climate-related projects, especially for adaptation, should be financed via grants, or this is our view, or facilitated loans in order to ease any burdens in the future on generations to come with excessive debt. It is equally important to avoid unilateral decisions that affect developing countries' exports. Addressing climate change through trade policies or taxes should not hamper the growth prospects of developing countries by compromising their export access to international markets. And these are the general notions that guide Egypt as we move towards COP27.
Thank you, Mu'taz. A final question for you both. When December 2022 rolls around and we look back at COP27 and the status of our bilateral relationship, what does success look like to you? Mu'taz, you had the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Omar. I think it's a great question to summarize what we had to say in the panel that you've very ably administered. Now, let me just say that on the multilateral level, COP27 is envisaged to be a platform for all stakeholders to express their thoughts and reach a consensus on tangible outcomes. I have special aspirations for the African voice to be heard and to recognize the special needs of the continent through concrete actionable work plans on climate finance and technology transfer, as Minister Shukri had to say this morning, and of course capacity building. So for Egypt, I hope to see a growing understanding of Egypt's central role as a leader and a pioneer in this domain. We were the first country in the Middle East to issue green bonds, as has been mentioned by the Prime Minister this morning, to finance projects that address climate change, as well as acknowledging the challenge we face due to the construction of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam without environmental impact assessments. And this is key here to continue to remember and focus as we move ahead towards a possible resumption of negotiations, hopefully sooner rather than later. And not to mention, of course, the lack of any legally binding agreement on the filling and the operation of the dam. And this has been part of my conversations in the past few months when I've made references to a UN document, which is a UN report on global water development in 2020, that indicated that giant dam reservoirs increase the emissions of greenhouse gases, mainly methane, that lead to global warming. So one of my hopes and aspirations here is to see a growing awareness of the urgency of this specific issue for Egypt and the region and the entire world. Now, one last thing to end is where my friend Jonathan had started off by saying that this year is the centennial of our relationship, and it's the centennial of the discovery of the tomb of King Tut. It will also be the year whereby we will move towards, hopefully sooner, earlier in the year, or towards the middle of the year, towards functioning as a government from our new capital, the new administrative capital. We will also be witnessing this year, hopefully by the end of this year, and yet to be announced, is the GEM, which is the Grand Egyptian Museum. And all these cater to an environment that is extremely, how can I say, ambitious, but also promising in terms of advancing our partnership across all sectors, whether it is political, whether it's geostrategic, whether it is military to military security, of course, and intelligence sharing, but also to incorporate the new areas that I have also been focusing on for the past year, what I call doorstep technologies that have, knocked on our doors and entered into our homes and houses without necessarily being invited. And all this relates to the greenery of our policies and our economies as we move ahead towards COP27. So hopefully this year with the centennial, we'll be having pillars of a strategic nature that would add on, as Minister Shukri said this morning, to a very robust relationship, and as Ambassador Cohen has also mentioned, in the strategic nature of our bilateral relationship that caters to the interests of both countries and has common objectives and lies at the heart of any policy that is devised in the Middle East, whether by still pivoting inside the Middle East or pivoting beyond the confinements of the Middle East will still be center stage, will still be the focus of any administration here in the US and, of course, in Egypt, being in the midst of all the turmoil we see in the region and being at the heart of each and every effort to diffuse tensions and to bring about peace, security, and stability throughout the region for all the goodness that Egypt has all been about ever since the dawn of history till this very day. So thank you again, Omar, and let me commend you and your efforts at the helm of the Egypt-US Council. We rely on you in terms of you being part and parcel of an important pillar of this relationship that is probably and witnesses or has witnessed so far the most important strides in our success stories with the US. So please continue the good work, and Ambassador Cohen, all the very best to you as well in the continuation of your efforts towards bringing both Egypt and the US closer together.
Thank you, Mu'taz. With you, Egypt is very well served in Washington, in fact. Jonathan, the same question?
Well, thanks, Mu'taz, for giving me the lead into this, because you asked, Omar, what does success look like? To me, success looks like America and Egypt linked hand in hand, offering a model of partnership for developed and developing countries alike that they can emulate in the area of climate, for one. COP27 is going to be a success if the nations of the world commit to more ambitious targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, not just carbon dioxide, but also methane, all the greenhouse gases. Clearly, this is an opportunity for Egypt to demonstrate leadership on a regional and global stage. I recently attended the World Youth Forum in Sharm el-Sheikh, where the COP27 will take place. And there I heard Secretary Kerry note that success will also be determined by the extent to which youth are activated and empowered to advance climate solutions. In terms of the bilateral relationship, we're following up on many of the topics from the strategic dialogue we had in November, including economic cooperation across a range of issues, more security cooperation, and looking at ways that the United States can support Egypt as it implements its national strategy for human rights. We'll also be continuing to work with Egypt and other partners to bring about successful GERD negotiations. Many senior U.S. officials will attend COP27, which makes it an opportunity to expand our relationship in other areas like science and technology and border and aviation security. Egypt can use this unique platform to tell its story and to connect with more U.S. investors, more U.S. companies, more U.S. institutions, and more U.S. government representatives. U.S. business will come to seek tenders and agreements in areas like desalination, wastewater treatment, sustainable agriculture, green energy, 5G, and smart grid. Our investors are going to come ready to seize opportunities to fund green infrastructure via new sovereign and corporate green bonds, and success looks like those deals being closed. On bilateral research and academic partnerships, we'll continue to expand our network of exchanges and forge new public-private partnerships. Success in 2022 also looks like making tangible our mutual commitment to deepen and strengthen our strategic partnership that we reaffirmed at the Strategic Dialogue in November. And I look forward to working with my friend Mu'taz and all of you to do so. And finally, I want to underscore our appreciation of Egypt's leadership role in hosting COP27 later this year. Egypt's going to soon be the focal point of global climate diplomacy, and the United States looks forward to partnering with Egypt in the crucial months ahead to help galvanize global action to meet the climate challenge. We wish Egypt every success on the road to and at Sharm el-Sheikh.
Well, I'd like to really thank Ambassador Zahran and Ambassador Cohen for their candid answers and statements. And I'd like to conclude this session by underlining the importance of the vital role the private sector can and must play as a partner to bring the innovative and market-driven solutions that are necessary if we are to accomplish the sustainable development goals that we all aspire to achieve. I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you all. And really thank you to our panelists as well.
The next session is on financing opportunities for clean energy projects in Egypt. I'm honored to invite our next speaker, Dr. Rania Al-Mashat, Minister of International Cooperation. Prior to this appointment, Dr. Mashat was the first woman to serve as Egypt's Minister of Tourism between January 2018 and December 2019. Her Excellency's previous positions include advisor to the Chief Economist of the International Monetary Fund, Sub-Governor of Monetary Policy at the Central Bank of Egypt, and Senior Economist at the IMF. Dr. Mashat has received a number of international and domestic awards. She received her PhD and MA in economics from the University of Maryland, and she received her BA in economics from the American University of Cairo. Dr. Rania.
Here, click and back. Okay, great. Well, it's such a pleasure to be with everyone. And given that it's 6 p.m. Cairo time, I'll try and have the presentation as entertaining as possible. As you've noticed, and you will notice over the next 2 days, that many of the speakers will have a lot of messages repeated. This should not bore you, but it should represent consolidation in thinking across the Egyptian government. And this in itself is very important. It means that the vision is very clear and that each one in their separate role is trying to push as much as possible to implement. I chose just to change or tweak a little bit from private-public collaboration on climate challenge to make it stakeholder collaboration on climate action. Because as we heard from previous speakers, we have private sector, government, NGOs, and the international community all working together to push the climate action that all of us are looking forward to achieving as we are raising ambition. This presentation is going to be available to all of you because it has a lot of details through different sectors that the government has been working on. And what is very important that I want to highlight are some of the regulatory reforms that created an infrastructure to open up to the private sector, and then the opportunities that exist in terms of financing. When we talk about COP, there are 3 words that always come across: development, financing, and also private sector engagement. These are 3 words that keep on coming up whenever we're talking about COP. COP is not about environment only, it's about development in countries, but in order to push that agenda, we also need the financing. So we're going to go over driving resilience through investing in sustainable infrastructure, paving the road to the green economy, how international cooperation and working with the international community pushes that agenda, and then innovative climate financing, which is very, very key. And if we take a look at what Secretary of State Kerry has been talking about, there's been trillions pledged by the private sector. However, how can we put that into action? And that's a very important role for innovative tools and also for the role of multilateral development banks. And we also have with us in the panel Heike from the EBRD. So very quickly, the climate action and climate agenda has been pushed very much forward after COVID, just because in order to have a recovery, it's no longer just a recovery, it's a green recovery. Something else very important is that sustainability and SDGs include climate action. And as governments are trying to move to 2030 agenda implementation, private sector has endorsed ESG. So there is that twinning of both ambition, intention, and also implementation. Something else which is quite significant is investment in sustainable infrastructure to push the climate agenda. And then finally, the innovative financing. Driving resilience, before COVID, there were estimates that $675 billion were needed over 20 years to close Egypt's infrastructure gap. This means that there are opportunities for private sector to come in, and we'll list some of these sectors that are available. Why is this particularly important? It expands the outreach for public services, it facilitates access to markets, it reduces logistical costs, and it unleashes the potential of economy to include private sector engagement. When we take a look with the realization of this importance, the government of Egypt has been addressing regulatory reforms, identifying investment gaps by sector, and also trying to pull in private sector. And as Ministry of International Cooperation, when we say we're pulling in private sector, it's also through the international financing that comes with development finance. We heard Secretary Kerry talk about concessional finance. That's what comes from MDBs. Part of that also goes to the private sector. And what we mean by moving to blended finance is how we can actually deepen and leverage private investments with concessional financing. Again, all reform initiatives that the government has been doing has climate change, gender, and digital transformation into account as crossing themes. So this is also something very encouraging for private sector companies that want to invest in Egypt. It's not just a climate narrative, but also you'll find gender embedded in it, and there's also digital themes as well. There was a report by the World Bank on Egypt identifying four priority areas for private sector investment. And these I list here because this is going to also set the stage for the different projects that are open for the private sector. On energy, Egypt, of course, has a diversified and renewable energy supply, and that's how the regional energy hub comes into play. And we're going to see some highlights on that. And Dr. Shekhar, of course, tomorrow will elaborate even further on transport as a global trade hub, water waste management and water desalination, again, enhancing security and sustainability when it comes to these two very important types of projects, but more importantly, water scarcity as one of the key challenges for countries such as Egypt and also those in the continent. And then, of course, agriculture. And we saw Dr. Yasmin mention the importance of the agro value chain and how important that is as also a driver for private sector. Paving the road to a green economy, Egypt as a regional energy hub. And here, everybody is aware of the transformation that happened in the energy sector. And as I mentioned, Dr. Shekhar will be here tomorrow to elaborate. But very importantly, there have been reforms undertaken by the government that invited and increased private investments in projects related to renewable sources, wind, solar. And also this has pushed up Egypt to 67 positions in access to electricity index. So, and this is a very important example of mitigation that Egypt has done when it comes to its climate agenda. Again, when we take a look at how this has happened, how did it occur? It occurred through a very transparent, integrated, sustainable energy strategy 2040, where there are KPIs, percentages of movement in use of solar energy, wind, hydroelectric, and trying to achieve these KPIs is not done through public sector or public projects only. It's only done in partnership with the private sector, and we have very important examples. What's happening today as we speak, again, in addition to solar and wind and hydroelectric, a green hydrogen strategy also being set up in collaboration with EBRD. Very, very important for hydrogen projects going forward. Very simply, with the Regional Hub for Electricity Interconnectivity, this is a chart that shows Egypt's leadership in this. And as was mentioned, are there examples of where Egypt can show leadership in certain sectors that push the climate agenda? This is definitely one of them. For those who lived in Egypt in 2012 and 2013, we had electricity shortages. Today we are exporting electricity. This was done through very clear legislative reforms, reforms that allowed for EPC types of finance schemes, reforms that allowed for IPP schemes, build and operate, and of course the feed-in tariff, which right after that opened up for investments in one of the biggest solar plants in the continent, which has been banned. This is the impact of what the government has done in terms of legislation, in terms of private sector engagement. We see competitive conditions for renewable energy markets, several companies involved in the country in the renewable, and there's much more because Egypt can continue to add on renewable energy projects that can export to the continent and to Europe. Something else which is quite important, which if we're looking at the hydropower, wind and solar, when we look at the development finance, which is where we come in as Ministry of International Cooperation, we're talking about 30 projects that are actually addressing SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, around $5 billion. And that makes close to 17% of ODA financing, but that compares to 23% in 2020. Why do we need to compare these two numbers? It means that our reliance on concessional borrowing for renewable energy has come down, which has been picked up by the private sector. So this is again a very important window and opportunity for more private sector to come in and partner with the government. There are currently 7 electricity stations, and again, the reduction in CO2 is documented here in the presentation. With solar power, all of us have also been seeing the improvements that happened there. Again, what is being avoided, 2 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And as more capacity is added from the private sector, this is again, it adds two things. It adds to the government in terms of its commitments on the NDCs, but it also adds ESG fulfillment for several of the private sector companies. Wind farms is another very important example of renewable energy, and we have more than one example. Beni Suef, Borollo's new administrative capital, again, addressing supply for 40 million people, and there's more that is available for a private sector to partner in. Gulf of Suez wind farms is another example, and here we're giving examples where the private sector does exist already, and there is potential to move further in that. Hydropower, we've been, of course, one of the key countries. Our relationship with hydropower has started since the Aswan High Dam, and again, being able to generate clean energy from water has been important. There are several projects such as the new Asyut barrage and other projects done in collaboration with our international partners, and also implementation from the private sector. So this is another example where public-private partnerships can come in. Green hydrogen, all of you have been following the steps that the government has been doing. There was an MOU signed in January 2021 with Siemens on this, and then in March there was another one, a consortium with Belgian company, and also with the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and we have with us Ayman Ismail, who will talk after me about some of what the Sovereign Wealth Fund will be doing, and also an MOU was signed in December with Scatex. So this is one very important area for private sector to partner with the country. So this is on the energy. The next is on transportation, and Dr. Yasmin also gave percentages of the different sectors and how they contribute to the gas emissions in the country. When we look at the transport sector, there have also been regulatory reforms to engage private sector. This has had an impact. So for the first time, we have opened up management in one of the most regulated sectors to private sector operation. And example is also the dry ports, where an Egyptian consortium is also investing in that. We have private sector financing through development cooperation of around $5 billion. So this is again money availed on a concessional level to private sector to be able to push also the green agenda. As I mentioned, the dry ports is a very environmentally friendly, but also opened up completely to the private sector to come in. Food security and sustainable value chains, agriculture plays a very important role. And here we also have regulatory reforms that took place to actually promote investment and business in food industry. If we look at the agricultural development strategy, it has several pointers. However, one of the key ones that are important for us going forward is promoting sustainable agriculture, trying to see how we can equip farmers with more technology to be able to save on the water, to be able to add yield to the crop. So all of these are also very, very important when it comes to climate change and what we can push doing forward. A very important project open for the private sector is the 100 million faddans. Agricultural land has been increased by 20%, and this is a very important area where private sector companies can come in with the know-how for establishing industrial charters for food, beverages, and this is where the food chain can come in as 1.5 million acre project, which is quite important. Water, and nobody can overlook water in the days we are facing today. When it comes to the National Water Resource Plan, there are 4 key pillars: purification and recycling the water, rationalization of agricultural water consumption, improving new resources of water, and establishing open and clean channels of communication with the population to raise the awareness. And here, again, regulatory reforms that have actually had an impact on the private sector, which means that it's a very conducive area for private-public partnership. Here there are 2 very important elements when it comes to water. It's either water desalination plants or wastewater management plants. Both of them Egypt has been working on, and here I want to mention our work also with the United States on both types of projects in different places in the country. With the ambassador, a year and a half ago, we opened one of the water waste management projects in Luxor, and also in North Sinai, there's a water desal project, which again shows the cooperation between both our countries on a very important topic, which is water. Again, Bahr al-Baqar, which was opened a few months ago by the president, is considered to be one of the biggest water waste management projects in the region. And again, from it, there is recycled water available for agriculture. So these types of projects are also in the interest of the country to expand on, and they allow for partnership. International cooperation portfolio, and here, because financing has come up so many times, when Egypt put together its strategies on climate, and there are adaptation projects and mitigation projects, you either finance them from the budget or you borrow from abroad in order to meet the gap. A part of the borrowing comes from concessional borrowing through the Ministry of International Cooperation. And here we wanted to show that in 2020, the portfolio was $25 billion over 377 projects. If you map the financing to the SDGs in 2020, you would find that 23% goes to SDG 7, which is affordable and renewable energy. And then that is followed by 22% to innovation, industry, and infrastructure, SDG number 9. And then you have 19% to clean water. Now, this shows that the renewable energy, clean water, which are very much climate objectives, ambitious objectives for the country, took the majority of this financing. If we go to 2021, $26 billion, 372 projects. And here you would see that renewable energy came in third place. Why is this significant? It just means that there is less borrowing for this. It means that there are more opportunities for private sector, or the private sector has come in to fill that gap. We also did a mapping for the private sector concessional borrowing, and this also provides an just some feel of when private sector companies come in through concessional financing, which SDGs do they meet? Rooted in partnership, we have $11 billion dedicated to 85 projects contributing to SDG 13 on climate change, in adaptation projects, around $3 billion for energy efficiency, agriculture, wastewater management, and water desalination. If we're looking at mitigation projects, we're talking about $7.8 billion, renewable energy, sustainable cities, sustainable transport. And all these projects are done with our international partners, EBRD, World Bank, African Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Bank, and also the bilaterals, USAID, AFD, etc. So really, with a very clear vision from the country on what is needed to meet climate changes going forward, projects dedicated to adaptation, projects dedicated to mitigation with the international community, crowding in private sector as well. Climate finance has been mentioned so many times today, and as we saw in Glasgow, and I have to say this, when my colleague Minister Yasmin presented in cabinet that Egypt would host the COP, particularly after our successful leadership in the biodiversity conference just 2 years ago. Of course, all of us were extremely supportive and excited, but we did not realize how big the COP was until we went to Glasgow. COPs are not just an environment conference. They are really a full stakeholder engagement conferences. Everybody has a role to play, be it the private sector, the NGOs, citizens, governments, international organizations. So there's a role for everyone. However, in order to meet the ambition and in order to implement a lot of these very important targets, there's need for not just money, but also for technology. But here, let's talk about the gap. For example, it's estimated that Africa needs $7 billion a year to meet some of the climate challenges. We've all heard the $100 billion repeated so many times for 2020. And international partnerships and collective efforts are the only way to move forward. How do we intersect SDG 13 on climate action with the financing? There's a role for development finance, for private investment, corporate governance, because of where ESGs come in, and then the future of energy and economic progress on other SDGs. Because before COVID, to close the financing gap on the SDGs by 2030, there was more than $3.5 trillion needed. Add to that the implications of COVID with the climate ambition, the gap is really huge. And as Secretary Kerry said, no government will be able to foot the bill on its own. Here, the power of multilateralism and partnership to meet that SDG number 13 requires strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity, has to do a lot with the technical assistance and capacity building that we heard also earlier, integrating climate change measures in policy and planning from the government side as well as from private sector, building knowledge and capacity to meet climate change. And here comes the knowledge sharing between different countries. So what we have been able to do successfully is also an opportunity to showcase to other countries, provided that the financing is there, so that the whole, many countries can move forward when it comes to their energy or climate ambition, implementing the UN Framework Convention on climate change, and then promoting mechanisms for capacity and planning and management. So this is sort of, where the different components or elements that can actually help us achieve the ambition. Now, all of us saw and realized that in COP26, there was a huge presence for the private sector and for investment banks. And there were several pledges made, big pledges made. But then you try and think, okay, how can these pledges really make their way into implementable projects? And we hear a few terms. We hear bankable projects, we hear capacity building, we hear countries' readiness to actually be able to absorb this financing. And here comes the very important need for innovative financing, i.e., concessional lending. Multilateral development banks should come in, try and provide financing along with private sector to be able to de-risk some of this investment. So that is a very important third dimension of public-private partnership, is how we can be innovative with the financing so that all stakeholders are able to come together. Egypt shows an example, a very important example of how multilateral development bank concessional lending has been used, and in many instances crowded in private sector, but we need to scale that up into more projects. And this is just to give a few examples of how Egypt pushed more instruments for green financing. The Prime Minister mentioned in his speech the 750 million sovereign green bond, also the financing that has been provided from several multilateral development banks to local banks to on-lend to the private sector. So that's another way of having that type of financing availed to the private sector. And then finally, we had for the very first time an Egyptian bank actually also invest in, so the IFC invest in $100 million green bond with a local Egyptian bank. So these are examples where Egypt came in to actually show and lead the way when it comes to green financing in the region and for the continent. However, there is much more that needs to be done with the international community collectively to be able to de-risk in order to tap on the big pledges that we heard in COP26 forward. And this is something that hopefully we work all together on our way to Sharm el-Sheikh. I will stop here, and the presentation has many details, but I'm sure it will be available to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rania. Our next speaker is Mr. Ayman Soliman. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt and brings 22 years of experience managing more than 200 companies spanning through diverse industries. With a global investment and transaction record of accomplishments and a long track record in managing and being a board member of a wide range of companies with various capacities in investment, gold mining, SME banks, oil and gas, and real estate. Mr. Ayman.
Thank you very much. I won't keep you any further. I'll try and be as brief as possible and bring the perspective of. Can you hear me well? Is that better? So my aim today is to bring the perspective of the private sector, and predominantly there are two prongs to the COP negotiations. There are the government-to-government negotiations, and that track is in capable hands and the capable hands of His Excellency Minister Shukri leading this effort. On the parallel side and going hand in hand are the efforts of the financing institutions, investors, and private sector. That effort is the championship program that's been created. And as a fund, we recognize that as a key initiative. And on our road to COP27 and our ambition to host and sound the voice of developing economies, sound the voice of Egypt, and sound the voice of the opportunities that we have to offer, we have built a pipeline that is biased towards just manifesting where our green agenda can be exemplified. And we're not waiting for, with all due respect to policy, to follow and to commitments from governments to follow, but we are showcasing how private investments, how our vision of opportunities can actually translate into projects that solve for all the key objectives of the COP around adaptation, around transition, just transition, and we're very much focused about the justice within that transition towards developing economies and the voice of Africa as a developing continent, and also, but last not least, the adaptation itself. So we categorized our pipeline buildup using that analogy. So as a fund, we started looking at a number of sectors where we aim to build pipeline. Her Excellency Dr. Rania had mentioned our green ammonia project, or green hydrogen towards green ammonia, and this is a future avenue of how we can transform renewable energy into an exportable medium of green fuel. And Egypt is also housing the largest trade corridor globally, which is the Suez Canal. So we can offer also a green corridor element and a commitment to provide green fuel to shipping lines passing through Suez Canal. So this is just a brief description of how we can translate those two opportunities. Egypt is creating a huge commitment towards a successful rollout of renewable energy. How can that renewable energy base translate into trade opportunities? And this is where we come in. We're trying to see the opportunity of crowding in private investors into the desalination program. And this has been mentioned repeatedly around the ambition of Egypt to build a desalination capacity. And that is predominantly built around a private sector built and operated desalination capacity, with an eye on also investing in the manufacturing of the desalination components and the technology, and housing part of that technology to serve that part of the world. Also, there are the green fuel path that has been announced. So we only announced the tip of the iceberg as far as green hydrogen production is concerned, and that is a whole spectrum of value chain, starting from renewable, either wind, solar, or hydro, translating that into electrolyzer technology and translating that towards creating green hydrogen. And green hydrogen goes to the production of green ammonia. And green ammonia is a lesson that I've recently learned, is a carbon-free also fuel. So that becomes a good medium to provide bunkering services for ships passing through the Suez Canal. We are investing across those verticals, and we're actually opening up or extending our invite to partners that are willing to invest across those verticals, and they will find very good listening and understanding partners that are willing to share the risk and shoulder a portion of that investment alongside the partners. Last but not least, and I'll try and be as brief as possible, we're also looking at other forms of sustainable development. And sustainable development is not only about resource sustainability, it is also about financial sustainability. And financial sustainability is also guaranteed by a partnership with private investors, where private investors are managing the assets and making sure that those assets are well poised to survive on the longer run. And in that regard, we are also entering into a number of partnerships to create green sustainable projects. So we've recently announced the redevelopment of a repurposing of a government building, the Tahrir building, but we're also looking to replicate that model on a wider scale, on a major scale. And that major scale takes a solid commitment to make sure that these buildings are sustainable, that what we build is a green and sustainable form of partnerships. So as a sovereign fund and Egypt as an economy, we are party to a number of collectives. So my promise to US investors and US corporates coming to look for opportunities in this part of the world, I can tell you that we're not only using the voice or voicing the investor community of Egypt, but we're also voicing the appetite of our peers. So we help shape the collective of governments of African sovereign funds, and we created a number of collectives, and we are partnering in actually seeding a number of others that see the green opportunity as a direct target for their investments, and showcasing what emerging markets can offer and what sovereign funds in emerging markets can offer is a co-investment opportunity. We're not promoting opportunities, we're actually co-investing alongside those opportunities in the green space. And just to recognize some of those, so we've recently announced our partnership in One Planet Sovereign Wealth Fund initiative. We're also part of a Green Africa Sovereign Wealth Fund initiative. And we're also supporting a nascent body coming together also, which is the Africa Green Infrastructure Investment Bank. And we also recognize the Global Alliance for Net Zero. So that is also another collective of financial institutions that we recognize emerging from the COP26. So all of these collectives are going to present a community of project sponsors, investors, co-investors, and partners that can speak the language and can also bridge the gap of government priorities and government investment aspects with private sector participation and crowding in the right partners and create the right partnerships. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you. My name is Jay Collins. I'm Vice Chairman of Banking at Citi. I want to thank the hosts, of course, the cabinet and those presenters that have presented already today. I know it's late in Cairo, so we'll move things forward rather fast. I will make some very brief remarks I've been asked to make before we jump into the panel. But let me say we're joined by Jake Levine, who's the Chief Climate Officer for U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Jake, welcome. Of course, Heike Harmgart from EBRD, who runs the South and Eastern Mediterranean Division for EBRD, and Marcia Balisano, who's the Global Head of Corporate Responsibility for RELX. So thank you all for joining us. Let me just first say that Egypt, as has been seen today, has an extraordinary historical opportunity to lead as president of COP. Not just the future, the planet, the world, developing economies, including Africa, of course, but the citizens of Egypt will be shaped by how the Arab Republic of Egypt defines, organizes, executes, and most importantly, leads this process. And I must say, they're off to an extraordinarily strong start. In climate finance, of course, it's not just leading by example at home, which we'll talk about today, but also guiding countries of the world through the best practices in climate finance. And to be this convener, as Dr. Rania has so been, and cheerleader of this complex collaboration exercise in the climate ecosystem. We certainly believe at Citi that the tools are there to accelerate green and sustainable investment. Many of the companies on this phone have seen over the history of infrastructure that these tools are not unfamiliar. Many have been enhanced, both Addis Ababa and SDG space, and many are now being supercharged for climate finance. We have, of course, guarantee structures like PRI and breach of contract protections that can enhance project credits to investment grade status, like those available from DFC, EDC, Islamic Development Bank, and of course, MIGA. We have concessional lending from the MDBs that is increasingly being repositioned, reprioritized toward green and climate objectives. And they drive down, of course, the funding costs to you, the private sector, on this call. The export credit agencies around the world are making large shifts of funds available for green export finance. And of course, grant monies as part of ODA and development bank equity like that of EIB and others can be blended in to many of these green projects, public-private partnerships included, with just transition monies that can support the projects from the outside. And given the importance of Africa to Egypt, we now, post the restructuring of Belize, have NGOs at the table, particularly as we look at this debt burden. We have the potential to create value for outcome exchanges where the debt burden for countries in Africa can be relieved at the same time that we accomplish climate or other sustainability outcomes. And of course, we have a new value tool at the table, which is carbon credits, that can now be structured and should be structured into many of these projects. Of course, green cannot come solely on the back of Egypt or the emerging market countries' balance sheets. And particularly with monetary normalization, that will be a difficult proposition. So all of these tools must be used to accelerate the private sector, you on this call today, and your investment. And I'm sure EBRD will tell us about this, to credit enhance projects into the sweet spot of this ginormous ESG investment grade capital, and to take advantage of the size of the capital markets. It can really add a zero to get to the billions that are needed here. And we particularly need energy tech at the table. Many of you on this call today have that capability to take a specific component of the tech risk. Unfortunately, the use of these tools is complex, and as Dr. Rania is saying, we need to demystify a lot of what's happening. These projects are largely bespoke. Each risk has to go to the pocket that can take it, and the art and science of putting projects together needs to be simplified and scaled as much as possible. And the private sector, of course, in the developing world, needs to be educated to raise the bar on the capacity to absorb what is this new world of climate finance. Countries need more MDB structuring advice. We at Citi see this every day for these early stage projects that are critical to a country's NDCs, and structure them to bankability in their early stage. And we certainly need to create vehicles and funds that can supercharge scale and speed. And of course, we at Citi look forward to working with all of you in the private sector to help do that. So let me, without further ado, move to the panel that is part of this ongoing Egypt process on climate finance. And maybe, Jake, if I can just start with you to kick us off on how the DFC sees its role in helping Egypt. I know Jonathan has spoken a little bit about this, but in particular, how you help the U.S. private sector, and also how you will help Egypt in achieving this the overall objectives that it has in the renewability space for 2030.
Sure. Thank you, Jay. And I have lots to say, but I do just want to flag, I understand that maybe Marcia has some time constraints at the bottom of this hour. And so I just want to interject and see if it might make sense for her to respond first. I'm sorry to
that's
throw an audible.
Marcia, if you're going to disappear on us, which we totally understand, maybe you could start just by telling us a little bit about what you're doing, and I know that your company Rolex has done a lot of energy transition work both in the oil and gas space. But if you want to start by kicking us off a little bit more on what you've seen in these energy transition processes that you've worked on and what it really means for Egypt and its role in COP27.
Well, thank you very much for that. I am very grateful for this opportunity, and thanks to my colleague for letting me share the floor before having some childcare needs at the bottom of the hour. But I'm sure that we're going to have a really fruitful discussion. First, let me begin by saying who RELX is. We're UK headquartered and listed, but we have American depository receipts on the New York Stock Exchange, and we also have euro-denominated shares on the AEX in the Netherlands. And the historical roots of our company are Anglo-Dutch. We're 33,000 people. We're in 40 countries around the world, but we serve customers in around 180 of them. And in thinking about this very important topic with Egypt hosting the COP later this year, I wanted to flag something that's really important to who we are. We're a global provider of information-based analytics and decision tools, which enable our business and professional customers to make better decisions and get results that are useful to them and be more productive. But at the heart of what we are, it's about using the knowledge and resources and skills that we have to make a positive impact on society. We call that our unique contributions, and we are working to help our customers fight fraud and reduce inequalities, to further science and health, to promote the rule of law and access to justice, and also foster communities by bringing businesses together to source products and complete transactions. One of the things that we've developed over the last few years is a free tool. It's called the RELX SDG Resource Center. There are over 2,000 content sources on the site, as well as really fantastic tools like the SDG News Tracker, which was built by our colleagues at LexisNexis Legal and Professional. We can get up-to-minute news on the SDGs. And in the run-up to the COP that was held in Glasgow, we released a free piece of research, which colleagues listening can find on the Resource Center. It's called Pathways to Net Zero. And what we did is we used a tool that we have through Elsevier called Scopus, and there are about 84 million records. We indexed those records to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we looked at what countries are doing well in terms of their research output. And I'm very pleased to say that Egypt is a really strong performer. It's a positive trajectory. Egypt has a higher growth rate in net zero research, bucking a trend of research that grew more slowly in the last decade, with over 10,000 publications. And they were a significant contributor, and they joined countries like Portugal, Norway, Finland, Greece, UAE, in terms of the volume of content. And this research really matters because we need that basic research to create the pathway to applied research onto research to patents and from research into policy. I had a chance to interview a gentleman named Mr. Kariuki Nagari, who's the managing director and CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, Kenya, which you can find on the SDG Resource Center. And he features in this publication that I'm mentioning, because it's not only investments from the North that will help to move the agenda forward, but I think it's also worth saying, as he points out, that it's also investments from within the Global South that can have a very positive impact. And just to pick up on something, Jay, that you said, mentioning about offsets, I think that's really important as more and more companies like RELX, which is committed to the climate pledge to become net zero by 2040 at the very latest across all three scopes, 1, 2, and 3. We need those offsets to be credible. We need the offset providers to be responsive, and they need to be additional so that they are actually adding value in terms of the projects they support. And I really believe that Egypt will be able to make a really positive impact in that area.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Jake, let's go back to Egypt's objective to double the renewable energy space by 2030 and what DFC can do to help.
Sure. Thank you, Jay. And thanks to the Chamber and to the Egyptian government for hosting this wonderful forum. It's just been great to listen in and to get a sense of all of the enthusiasm and excitement around clean energy and the energy transition and work in climate resilience and adaptation, importantly, in Egypt. These are all priorities that we share with Egypt. And I think that it's quite fitting that a country like Egypt, which is one of our sort of key strategic allies in the region, and a partner that we have had for many, many years, both in terms of work in energy and water and resilience, and also just on economic growth, will be hosting this really important upcoming next COP, where we will have the chance to deliver on the ambitions that we laid out in Glasgow. And we were thrilled to see that Egypt has met its 20% goal, indeed 1 year earlier than scheduled, and that the 42% goal is something that Egypt has moved forward from 2035 to 2030. So we would like to help Egypt to meet that goal also early, and to help to realize the great potential of clean energy in the country and in the region. For those of you who may not be familiar with the DFC, let me just say that we stand ready to help finance this transition. I really appreciated Her Excellency Mashat's comments in terms of both the challenges in front of us and also the opportunities that those represent, and also the tremendous gap that we have in our financing and the need that we have for the private sector to come in and engage in these areas. And that's really what DFC is focused on. We're focused on mobilizing private sector capital by de-risking investments with the private sector. And so we are the newest government agency. We're a couple of years old in the United States, and Congress provided us with a vision to both provide development finance capital, but also the right financing tools for the right market. So we have an investment cap of $60 billion. We invest, last year we had one of our biggest years ever. We invested about $6.7 billion. And every year we see maybe $4 or $5 billion coming off of our books. And right now we've got about $31 billion of assets committed, which means that we will continue ramping up towards our $60 billion investment cap over the next years. The tools that we have at our disposal include everything from technical assistance grant making, all the way to equity financing, debt financing, including project finance and loan portfolio guarantees, and then also political risk insurance. And we're doing a tremendous amount of work already in Egypt. And I can just share with you, having spent some amount of time, I am relatively new in this job as a Biden administration appointee that joined in May. But the portfolio of applications that we see coming from Egypt is just incredibly exciting. We've seen projects in the electric mobility space, in efficiency for logistics and shipping deliveries, in a larger infrastructure projects such as the hydrogen and desalination plants that have been discussed at length today, and then in sort of the bread and butter work that so many DFIs do in the power sector, in clean energy and solar plus storage, wind, and other areas of clean energy development. In addition to the goals that Congress has given DFC, we have created our own climate ambitions inside the Biden administration. And we have committed to being net zero as a financial institution by the year 2040, and to investing at least 1/3 of our commitments in climate-linked projects by the end of beginning in FY23. This is going to be difficult, but we believe that it is reflective of where the market is going in this energy transition. And so we are eager to work hand in hand with the private sector, with everybody here in this audience, to achieve those goals. And Jay, if it's helpful to go into any more detail on specifics, happy to, but that's sort of a broad outline of where we are and our eagerness and enthusiasm for working with the folks who are assembled here today to achieve those goals.
No, I think that's great, Jake. Let's come back to a couple more in a second, but let me turn to Heike, because I think it would be great to hear from EBRD. There's this talk of this pot of gold, of this patient capital, Heike, that you talk about, and we certainly haven't seen it or enough of it deployed to the green finance or climate finance space. Why do you think that is, and what what is the EBRD role in accelerating more of those funds?
Thank you, Jay. And also for me, a big thanks to the organizers, AmCham, and great to be again discussing leveraging for green finance. And Jay, I was just thinking about when your last trip to Cairo just before the COP, where we're really trying to identify innovative ways of leveraging. And so maybe my keyword next to the 3 times implementation COP is leverage. And so where we as EBRD or as a development finance institution can play a role is helping structure the first wave of technically challenging, innovative pilot type of financing, and then leverage the more risk-averse private sector banks, local banks. And I think a great example is Benban, where together with many others, we financed EBRD's financing helped 750 megawatts of this largest solar park in Africa to come into being. And now we see the next phase where more private sector finance feels comfortable to go into the length of the patient capital, to extend financing for 20 years, to look into this space. And what we've seen with Dr. Rania today is saying, okay, already 2021, maybe this green plain vanilla solar is not for EBRD anymore. We need to go to the next stage, to private renewables, to storage, to helping digitalize the grid, to move to green hydrogen, as the minister has mentioned, where we're supporting a structure and working together with Scatec and Orascom on green hydrogen. So I think for us, it's important to move where, you know, there's a lot of structuring needs, and then to leverage the private sector banks, the global and local banks, and the more risk-averse and less patient capital. Otherwise, we will never achieve the leverage that we need to meet really the COP27 ambitions and to meet our climate goals going forward. So I think leverage, I want to leave everyone with that term, is key. And I think we can, as EBRD, be at the beginning to structure and help around this leverage.
Great. Well, on that note, Marcia, maybe I'll ask you, as we talk about leverage and the private and public capital and support that's necessary. You have views on partnerships and collaboration, which Dr. Rania also referred to. Tell us a little bit what your views are on these advancing the collaboration models for the purposes of advancing climate.
Absolutely. I think that's very critical to really moving forward and to realize some of the aspirations that the minister has said. It's very, very exciting. And I like to also commend Egypt, because it was one of only 44 countries in 2021 to produce a voluntary national review on its progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Partners need to be sure of secure environments, especially as Heike has said, if they are not as patient as the EBRD or as Jake in his work on behalf of the US government. And I think one of the things that is highlighted in that voluntary national review, which is relevant to this conversation, is how the government of Egypt has exerted significant efforts to improve the stance of governance. And that's one of the things that we heard the minister saying, that, and other speakers as well, that this is very much an integrated agenda. So yes, we're talking about transitioning to clean energy and realizing net zero, but it's also about laying that framework. And so one of the things that the Egypt government has done very well on is in their second version of their national anti-corruption strategy, which is aimed at promoting transparency and integrity in the government units and enhancing justice. So too, advancements in public financial management, like the electronic government and payment system. So all of these things will help to give investors confidence in coming into the country. If I come back to that report on net zero, which I mentioned, I think what's really exciting for Egypt is that, again, it's playing a very strong role in collaborating to advance their research. And I think that is critical, because these problems need not only interdisciplinary support, but as we have heard in the purpose of this conference, thanks to the government of Egypt and AmCham, is to also look at the kinds of partnerships. So if I come back to something that you were saying, Jay, for us, yes, indeed, we have customers that are in the carbon intensive sector. And one of our products is called GeoFacets. And so what we need to be doing is helping those customers in their own energy transition. And I think what's relevant, because we also heard that about the digitization of the grid, is some of the work that we are trying to do in taking a lot of unstructured information that you have through cloud, web pages, custom sources, and to apply AI and machine learning to make the knowledge clearer and to help with some of the decisions that can be made when you're looking at new project areas, or you need to perform geological or environmental studies to improve confidence. So this is one of the directions that we're moving in. And I think, maybe finally from me, just to say that every company, every private sector business has a role to play, no matter how big or small. We started something about 11 years ago called the RELX Environmental Challenge. And this year, after it'll be 12 years, we're just coming up to around the $1 million mark of supporting projects in access to clean water and sanitation. And again, as we heard the minister say, water is another component of this. And I encourage those listening that might find that competition to be of interest to visit the RELX SDG Resource Center, where they can find out more about that. But it's just one humble example of what companies can do in terms of using their resources, their expertise, and their knowledge to drive change.
Great. Well, thank you. So I know we started late and we're running over. I would just ask the organizers, I hope it's okay if I can just ask Jake and Heike one last question each. But Jake, when we were together at COP with Samantha Power, you remember that she joked about mitigation envy and how all of the focus seemed to be, call it, overweighted toward mitigation. But I know DFC has also had adaptation at its heart. And maybe it'd be, if you can take a minute and tell us a little bit about what can DFC do for Egypt in the adaptation space.
Sure, thank you. And I'll try to be very quick, recognizing the time constraints. As a general matter, the US government recognizes the need to shift our mitigation envy towards climate ambition, adaptation ambition specifically, and investment in the adaptation space. We, all parties to the COP agreed to double their investments in adaptation by the year 2025. The Biden administration had previously adopted a goal to triple its financing towards adaptation. And at DFC, we are now working on a variety of strategies to do that, including in areas that are highly relevant to Egypt, such as working on efforts to stem the impacts of drought and water stressors, including saltwater intrusion, that can have devastating impacts on agriculture and economic productivity. And I think that, the other area where we're spending a lot of time is in the realm of nature-based solutions, generally for resilience, including in supporting the types of natural solutions that can be integrated into infrastructure projects to allow them to cope with the types of impacts such as extreme heat and weather that we see from climate change. I want to just, because I know we're so short on time, I do just want to reiterate one note for the audience, which is that in the world of sort of climate diplomacy, where we see a lot of bilateral and multilateral pledges and commitments and MOUs, DFC really is focused on executing private sector transactions. And so I very much hope that if you are a company, whether you are American or not American, we do not have a restriction to only be working with US companies. But if you have a project that is in need of financing and meets the various sort of criteria that we've been talking about today in this forum around both mitigation and adaptation, I hope that you will reach out to DFC and share that project with us so that we can evaluate whether it is something that we can finance. At the end of the day, the level of commitment that we can make is based on activity from the private sector. And so that's why we're so excited to be working with AmCham Egypt and with the US Chamber generally, because we know that that connectivity to the private sector is unparalleled. So Jay, thank you. I hope it's okay that I added that other
Yes, absolutely.
piece.
Although that does allow Heike now to be able to end with a little bit of of the same. Although I would say, Heike, you know, we've talked, and I was there again after Christmas and was sorry to miss you, but we'll do it again. But we've talked about this the need to get the plans in line with the NDCs and finance into the biggest priorities. And I know you're an expert in the electricity space. Tell us for a second, as we prioritize and as you look at electricity, really, and I know this is a little bit technical, but regional electricity backbone, connectivity, grid absorption. You know, where are you prioritizing where you want to help electricity within the scheme of the next wave of electricity build out, not just for Egypt, but into Africa?
Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Jake, also for the opportunity to also do a pitch at the end of my speech. Where I see really a lot of opportunities in scaling up further renewables is by looking at these decentralized solutions, so private to private. And I mean, we've worked with a company in Egypt, Taka Arabia, a small project for renewable solar energy for a dairy farm, Dina Farms, here in Egypt. And I think this model can just be replicated tremendously, and it's really important, and it sort of helps scale the renewable resource use across the network. And then the grid enhancement through storage will also allow a much more flexible use and actually allow Egypt to reach its ambitious targets. And I'm with Jake there, that if we can all jointly help Egypt to even move the target forward on renewable energy mix into the overall energy mix, then please count on us. But working on the grids, interconnecting the grids regionally, that's important for Egypt, but that's also important for many countries in Africa and across the region, so that regional networks can become more flexible. And through this increase in flexibility can also increase absorption of renewable energy. So I do believe electricity, renewable, we're not at the end of the story. We're just at the beginning. We are at the beginning of the stories where we can still scale up to much larger absorption capacities across this country, but also across the globe. But what I also want to say is there are a number of areas where the private sector can play a great role also in electricity storage through e-mobility, through cities, through really action around what cities can do to reduce electricity consumption and have a more flexible storage system of electricity. So I would say on electricity, it's not just about big grids, but it's also about e-mobility and smaller solution across many, many sectors that ultimately aggregate to low carbon pathway in the sector. And that will all get us to a more ambitious NDC, not just for Egypt, but for everyone attending COP27 in Sharm later this year.
Great. Well, thank you. Well, let me just end by thanking you all, and in particular, thanking the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Steve, Anna, the whole team that really, working with the government of Egypt, made this possible for all of us. So thank you again, and I know it's late in Cairo, so double appreciation. Thanks.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Kush Choksi, the Senior Vice President for Middle East at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. In this capacity, I have the privilege of working closely with our next speaker, His Excellency Tariq El Molla. Minister El Molla was sworn in as the Minister for Petroleum and Mineral Resources in September 2015 and has led since then several important reforms as a valuable modernization initiative at the ministry. He brings to the job a rich public sector background and rich private sector experience in the energy sector, and has a unique perspective on the role the private sector can play in bringing the needed technology and knowledge on issues of energy, climate, and sustainability. We look forward to Minister El Molla playing an important role in developing the types of partnerships we would like to see as a result of COP27, and Egypt's leadership role as an energy producer, a country needing energy for its own development needs, and a country that Africa and Europe rely on for energy, and as a leader in the Eastern Mediterranean on gas and energy-focused pragmatic solutions. He's been a strong supporter of enhancing the US-Egypt commercial partnership. I want to ask everyone in Cairo and those participating virtually to join me in welcoming His Excellency Tariq El Molla.
Good evening. It's a pleasure, as usual, being with you here with the AmSham Egypt and US Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Egyptian American Business Council. Thank you for inviting me to stand before you for a presentation where we are going to cover the most important topic nowadays in Egypt, which is our COP27, and what will the oil and gas sector do while we are talking about decarbonizing the sector. So I know it has been a long session, and I'm coming at the last person to talk, and perhaps they have saved the best for the last. So thank you. So with that, I will start. And I will be quick in that because I want to go directly to the third and fourth bullet, where my presentation today will be talking about our integrated sustainable energy strategy 2035, which we developed in 2016, our oil and gas sector strategy, and the pillars for decarbonizing the sector, and our way forward for COP27. So we have developed together with Ministry of Electricity the strategy for the year 2035. Of course, that includes a 42% of renewables by the year 2035. We are talking about mainly a diversified and sustainable energy mix. We have gotten the approval and the endorsement of the Supreme Energy Council in October 2016. So therefore, this is our strategy. Hence, we have developed our oil and gas sector strategy, and perhaps over the sessions, over the years with you, I have been talking about it, and I have always a regular session on an annual basis where I update you with where we are. But once again, as a reminder, our strategic pillars were focusing mainly on the energy security, the financial sustainability, and the sector governance. Definitely, within these pillars, as you see, we are addressing all the tools by which we ensure that we can execute successfully the strategy, while we are promoting the decarbonization activities, monetizing the decarbonization opportunities, and unified sector-wide focus on decarbonization. So when we talk about unified sector-wide, I'm talking about our partners, the private sector, multinational companies, as well as the national companies in Egypt. Key pillars of decarbonization activities, and these are our key pillars. So you all know our success story about the energy subsidy reform that was kicked off when we started the economic reforms back in 2016, coupled with the subsidy reforms. And in my interpretation, I call it pricing correction. Actually, the fuel prices were corrected. And I will come into some details later in another slide. Second one was the natural gas. And as you know, this has been chosen as our fuel of choice. We worked hard on energy efficiency because we had losses in our efficiency, and therefore we are focusing on better efficiency in our energy sector. Decarbonization, renewables, and hydrogen. Perhaps now, wherever we go, we talk about hydrogen. So definitely we have some actions taken in hydrogen. When I spoke earlier about energy reform subsidies, so most importantly, just to confirm that the idea is not to just remove or correct the fuel prices and remove subsidies. No, we are enlarging the social safety nets. And as you all know, what happened lately in all these activities for our people, as well as we have introduced what we call the fuel indexation system on a quarterly basis reviews. We adjusted the price differences between petroleum products, and this meant we rightly priced the calorific value per different product, because we used to see smuggling products over the borders from our waters, whether Mediterranean or the Red Sea, or even on the borders to Sudan or to Libya. So this was not necessarily because of the subsidized product only, but also sometimes types of energy that was not rightly priced. So we had part of the reforms that we have done and that we have correctly done is how to price the calorific value of each of the products. Triggered investments in energy efficiency. This is what happened over the years. And accordingly, we have seen great rationalization in the petroleum products, great decrease in gasoline consumption, in diesel consumption, hence emissions. So definitely this is part, when you see big consumption, you will be sure that fuel prices are low. And this is normally whenever we got visited by our headquarters. I think my friends here also would confirm what I was saying. When they used to come and visit us from our headquarters in the US, they see the traffic and a lot of cars on the roads. They say automatically and immediately, they say, this is a subsidized country. What is the price per liter? So I say X. So you say, see, it is less than 20% of what we pay. So this was part of the problem that we had. Not only a big consumption, and subsidies, but also traffic problems, emissions, and just name the list of problems that we had. This small figure down there would let you see that with this petroleum products from the year 2014 till the year 2020, over the last 6 years, have decreased consumption by 30%. On the contrary, for natural gas, which is our fuel of choice, have increased from 35 tons to 47 million tons, so has increased by 35%. So this is how we were able to maneuver from heavily depending on petroleum products to natural gas. And from this pie, we can see that since year 2000 till the year, I would say 22 now, so from 14 million tons of gas consumption to 50 million tons of gas consumption, and of total petroleum products and natural gas, total combined, among which you can see that we have increased the consumption of natural gas from 38% in the energy mix to 65%. So now, out of the 50 million tons, we are consuming 65% of natural gas, while 35% of petroleum products, which is great improvement. And here, once again, when we go back to the 80s, the natural gas was just mainly consumed by electricity and some industry, but you see the size of the pie was 2 million tons. Coming to year 22, now we are talking about 50 million tons, so more than 20 folds increase in natural gas consumption, and we have introduced many other sectors, not only electricity, but household, vehicles, and others that would benefit from having this reliable, clean energy and affordable source of energy. So perhaps, Your Excellency, we were talking earlier about cement. So you can see there in the as we progress at the slide where we are talking in the pie of 14 million tons, the cement was consuming 5% of natural gas. Now we are talking about less than 1% of natural gas because we saw that natural gas is more valuable for added value industries and rather than just burning it into furnaces. So this is how we diversified over the years. Since we have elected, as we said, the natural gas as our fuel of choice and keeping and reducing our consumption of normal fuels coming from oil. Enhancing the energy efficiency across the sector. So we had gone through several steps for that. So as we know, the energy demand growth optimized, and this, as I explained earlier, was as a result of the energy subsidy reform, enhancing institutional setup for managing energy efficiency, developing energy efficiency strategy, achieving annual energy savings of about $50 million through applying low-cost energy efficiency measures, implementing energy efficiency projects worth of $1.5 billion, organizing 2 editions of Egyptian petroleum sector energy efficiency conferences, and these conferences were supported by most of the energy companies, and some of them are attending here with us, developing energy efficiency capacity building plan for more than 1,000 trainees. Decarbonization. So to walk the talk, we started already in e-gas by establishing a department headed by a vice chairman for green energy. And this was done like 6 months ago. So whatever is related to green and to renewable and to hydrogen and to biofuel will be the responsibility of this department as a vice chairman reporting to the chairman of EGAS. Developing sector's low carbon pathway, joining the World Bank initiative for zero routine flaring by 2030, implementing flare gas recovery projects, and working with partners, including some of the partners here, like Baker Hughes, to expand measurements and recovery across the sector. Studying implementation of decarbonization projects in upstream and downstream facilities in collaboration with partners like Bechtel, Technip, Schlumberger, arranging for methane emission campaign for GASCO facilities, identifying opportunities for implementing CCUS with partners, including the US Department of Energy and ENI. Supporting regional decarbonization initiatives within our East Mediterranean Gas Forum, and these were two initiatives endorsed by the ministerial meeting last June. And we are talking about decarbonizing the natural gas at the Mediterranean or at the East Mediterranean countries, as well as using LNG for vessels in the Mediterranean basin. Renewable and bio. Expanding renewable energy use across oil and gas facilities. And we have taken some of our facilities where we have implemented solar panels and solar energy there. And most of our facilities are, as you know, in the Western Desert or the Eastern Desert. So they are there at a location where solar energy would be optimized. Implementing Egypt's first bioethanol project, this is still under development, the study, whereby we assume that within the coming few months we will have the final investment decision. Production of MDF from waste rice straw, and this company or this manufacturer will be up and running by mid-year. It is under construction currently in Beheira. Studying production of algae oil, and this is in progress, and we assume we could have some decisions in the coming few months. Hydrogen. So we actually, Prime Minister has developed a cross-ministerial committee engaging the relevant ministries in order to develop a national hydrogen strategy. And as we were talking earlier, actually hydrogen needs some more work because technology is still expensive if we are talking about green hydrogen, and market is not yet there. So in parallel, while we are developing this strategy, we are talking and we are already having works on progress for blue hydrogen. And as you know, in oil and gas sector, we use hydrogen, our operations in our facilities. So decarbonizing and bringing in blue hydrogen would be a transition and a step to take us to the full green hydrogen at the time. We had some preliminary MOUs, arrangements with some of the companies like ENI or DEMI in order to progress in these studies. So when we talk about our COP27, what we have done so far, we had an important visit by the Secretary of Energy in July 2019, and we had a big event here at the American Chamber in Cairo at this hotel. And in this visit, we had celebrated a signing of an MOU for the cooperation in the field of the energy, and it included at that time the decarbonization areas. We kicked off the energy dialogue with the US Department of Energy in September 2019. And I participated personally with the US Department of Energy at the Net Zero World Initiative in Glasgow last November in COP26. Strategic partnership with global US institutions like the World Bank, the USTDA, US Chamber of Commerce, and US Exim Bank. And we think that we have great opportunities with our partners like Chevron, Bechtel, Honeywell, UOP, and Baker Hughes. And we are currently working together with a consortium that includes, from a side, our national companies like NP and Petrojet, together with Bechtel and Baker Hughes, in order to develop or to work on decarbonizing some of our facilities. And we have identified about 3 of them where we will take the opportunity to start working on, after fully studying the 3 that we have identified, we will choose one of them to be a demonstration and to showcase in November, inshallah, by the time where we have our COP27. So our way forward and beyond. So when we talk about decarbonization and transition to low carbon energy sources, I think that as we were speaking, gas, and always gas now for this period of time, and we believe so much that we need this transition fuel, which will take some time to take us to the shores of the zero emissions and the fully neutral carbon, where we all aim. So I want here to reiterate the importance that we confirm that most of the, if not all of them, actually, I had met with most of them since the Glasgow, since the COP26 in Glasgow till now. I have met with most of the CEOs of global energy companies, and they are all committed, and they all want to be positive contributors to their commitments to the world climate combat change and climate change. Therefore, they are ready to be part of the solution. And they will prove this by presenting all the efforts and studies and pilot projects that are needed to decarbonize or to capture or to store whatever is related to carbon, in order to demonstrate that since we are all complaining and we are all suffering from what we are claiming to be a burden on climate change, that they would be engaged and they should be part of the solution. And they are committed. And I think that we need to give some opportunity to technology in order to prove that with technology definitely added to finance, solutions will be reached. So from our side, we will continue working with our partners to develop concrete, realistic, doable initiatives and implement on-ground decarbonization projects for COP27. So capitalize on all decarbonization opportunities for all sized private players across the value chain. So with that, I think that even all the participants and the attendants and the audience as partners to us are all committed, and we will work together in order to have something doable and something significant that we can demonstrate that we would be part of the global solution. Meanwhile, since we are going to have this COP in Egypt, I think that there is a big responsibility being a representative to Africa and representing Africa, as well as the kind of like, let me say, or the like countries that we are talking, that they have similar positions, and where we need to prove that we believe and we are committed, but meanwhile we need to demonstrate and need to be vocal that we need proper time for transition, and we need really to optimize our natural gas resource for this bridge of time. Meanwhile, committed to renewable, committed to zero or neutral carbon emissions by whatever years we will be committed to. So with that, I don't want to take more of your time, because I know that there are other panelists that will be there joining. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Al-Mallah, for your participation in today's events and for your timely remarks. I'm Marty Durbin, President of the Global Energy Institute at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I'm pleased to be joined today by John Chrisman, Chairman and President of Apache Corporation, and Lorenzo Simonelli, Chairman and CEO of Baker Hughes. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
So, Apache and Baker Hughes have each operated in Egypt for many years, and both are increasing investment as Egypt's expansion of energy production continues to grow. So you understand very well the needs of the country and the region when it comes to both economic development and environmental stewardship. So to begin, I'd like you to tell us about your company's operational footprint in Egypt. And from your point of view, what are the opportunities and challenges for Egypt as it works to address not only the transition to clean energy within its borders, but supplying countries in Europe and elsewhere that are increasingly dependent on imported natural gas for both energy security and environmental goals. So John, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, Marty, and it's an honor to be here today. Apache has operated in Egypt we're now in our third decade. We're the largest U.S. investor in country, and we're also the largest producer of oil in the country. We've been through a process with the minister and the government where we have just recently modernized our concession agreements. And what it's going to really do is unlock opportunity for us to develop more resource and is also advance and invest in technologies that are going to help, reduce emissions. I want to take a minute and really thank our friend and the energy, industry's friend, His Excellency, Tariq Al-Mullah, who just spoke, because it's his vision to modernize Egypt's oil and gas sector that has made all this possible, and we've been working to do that. We're excited about working with the government of Egypt, with EGPC, with the ministry, and the talented workforce of Egyptians to really advance and help meet both the needs in the area, in the region for expanding energy, and also do it in a way where we can be focused on reducing our carbon footprint and investing in technologies that are going to lower emissions. We've got a long list of projects that we're anxious to get started on. We look forward to talking more about those in the future, but we're really excited about what lies ahead for Egypt and the role it plays in the region and in the world.
Excellent, thanks, John. Lorenzo, tell us something about Baker Hughes and your footprint in Egypt and your views.
Yeah, Marty, great to be with you. John, nice to see you, and my compliments to the U.S.-Egypt Chamber of Commerce and also the minister's remarks, which again were spot on with regards to the energy transformation that is being led by Egypt in many of the actions that he's taken. Baker Hughes has been in Egypt for over 110 years, so we know it well, and we actually have over 550 employees, over 9 facilities, and we've really been leading in helping the country through its transformation through the partnership with the Minister Tariq Al-Mullah. We were successful in deploying on the Zohr field and being able to provide subsea equipment as well as onshore equipment. And since 2017, we've really seen an opportunity for Egypt to lead in gas. And we think that this is a unique opportunity as Egypt can actually showcase the way in which you can transform in energy and from being an importer to actually a net exporter. And that's what we're looking forward to in collaborating. And as we look ahead to COP27, I think it's a unique opportunity for really a country that's going through transformation to be pragmatic and also showcase the world how it manages energy transition. So excited about being here today and the collaboration that we have in Egypt's growth.
Wonderful. Well, you know, as we heard Secretary Kerry and Suzanne Clark, President CEO of the U.S. Chamber, discuss earlier in the program, one of the major accomplishments at COP26 in Glasgow was the Global Methane Pledge, which more than 100 countries committed to reducing economy-wide methane emissions 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. A lot of numbers in there. Now, I know that the oil and gas sector has taken significant steps to support this progress by reducing methane throughout its operations with high-tech sensors, best management practices, and more. So I'd like to ask each of you to speak to your company's efforts regarding methane and perhaps how technologies and practices employed in the U.S. can and are being adopted in Egypt and elsewhere. And finally, how do you see efforts to address methane potentially translating to new market opportunities for customers in Europe and elsewhere as they seek deeper emission reductions to accompany their gas purchases? So Lorenzo, why don't we start with you this time?
Yeah, sure. And, Baker Hughes is an energy technology company, and we put out our net zero pledge back in 2019. And so if you think about the role that we play in the ecosystem, it's really to enable the technologies that allow a roadmap to net zero. And we see a world where hydrocarbons are going to continue to be used for many decades ahead. So it's important to get to the emissions content of those hydrocarbons. And as you all know, methane is a key aspect of emissions relative to climate change. And there's technology available today that reduces the impact of methane. If you think of Flare IQ, and you've got the venting of emissions that happens and the flaring of methane, we can actually reduce by deploying Flare IQ technology, which is consistent with, on one stack, taking 34,000 cars away from our roads and improving the efficiency of that flare stack. That's one technology that people can use today, and it's being used both in the US as well as in Egypt. The other area is zero bleed valves. And again, many know that methane is emitted through valves, and we have new technologies that allow us to have zero bleed positioners that really take the high pressure gas direct from the pipeline so that you no longer actually have the emissions taking place. So it allows us to control the plant environment and actually reduce fugitive leakages through the emissions containment. And we think these are, again, very important. As we look forward, we continue to see regulation develop. We think that's an important element. The industry is doing a lot by itself, but there are also uses of methane. And that's what we've got to get to, is the containment and then the usage, capture, detection. And across the emissions management space, we're deploying several technologies to enable that methane reduction.
Excellent. Well, John, let me invite you to address Apache's approach.
Well, Marty, as you know, we are a pure play upstream E&P company, right? And so our core competency is finding oil and gas and producing it as efficiently as possible. And we want to be a leader in ESG. And so we've taken an approach of setting aggressive short-term targets because those are things that are within our control, that we can deliver on. And for example, in the United States last year, we set a goal to eliminate routine flaring by year end 2021. Not 2025, not 2030. And we achieved this by the end of the third quarter. And so that's something we're really proud of. It really helped us kind of reduce our methane intensity in the U.S. by less, where it's now less than 1%. So a great goal. We achieved it early, and we think we can continue to now take that and integrate, our strategy into what we're doing in Egypt. We've just modernized the PSCs. We've got a long list of projects that we're working with the government to start to implement, and I'm excited about them. But it's things like, attacking routine flaring in Egypt, like we've done in the U.S., switching fuel where we're not burning diesel, actually can start to use some of the natural gas that's in the field to drive some of our equipment and so forth. and even looking at, integrating some renewables into our operation. We're looking at things like solar panels or things for our energy needs. So, we're a big believer in it's going to take everything, and it's a collaboration. And we're looking forward to doing our part and continuing to set short-term goals that we can deliver on that are going to make an impact.
Okay, well, clearly there's some significant progress being made here and reasons for optimism for being able to address methane. So let's turn now to some of the broader sustainable development goals. So with the spotlight on Africa ahead of COP27, we can expect the importance of energy access to economic development will receive increased attention. And in fact, in our pursuit of ambitious climate policies, sometimes we overlook that energy equals opportunity. And hundreds of millions of people in Africa and around the world need affordable energy for food supplies, clean water, healthcare, and basic transportation. So, John, starting with you, as companies that operate on the ground in Egypt, what can you share about Egypt's efforts to help address poverty and enable sustainable economic growth through expanded energy access in Africa, particularly the sub-Saharan region that faces the most extreme poverty?
Well, Marty, I mean, what you're talking about is it really aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it's number 7 is affordable, reliable, clean energy. And you touched on the numbers. I mean, if you look at around the world today, I think there's nearly 759 million people that lack access to electricity. There's about 2.6 billion that don't have clean fuels for cooking. And there's an opportunity here to close that poverty gap, because where people have access to affordable, reliable energy, right, they're healthier, they have access to education, and there's the opportunities to, raise the standard of living for their families and their countries. And so I think Egypt sitting in Africa, where it has the opportunity to not only meet its growing needs for energy, but also help meet those needs around the world, it's really exciting. And I think the key we can do here also is not only help meet the energy needs, which we believe oil and gas is going to be a part of for many decades, but we also can do it in a way where we're, improving our footprint, lowering our emissions, and attacking both. And so we think Egypt's in a great position to do that, and they've had the vision and the leadership to position themselves accordingly.
Great. Lorenzo, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, definitely, because I think we're at a very interesting time, and we hear the debates around the importance of energy security, also energy being sustainable, energy being also cheap and affordable, because we have the reality of a developing world that needs access to energy. And so there has to be very much a pragmatic approach. And as we look at this, I think COP27, and in particular the role that Egypt and other developing nations play, is in showcasing the way in which we can move to a lower emissions environment without fuel type. And so what that means is it's not so much the fuel that is the question, it's how do we abate the emissions associated with all the fuels. And we're big believers in natural gas. We think what you've seen in Europe and also the US and the reductions in emissions is thanks to the move from coal to gas. We think that renewables alone is not the solution for Africa. And in fact, the high demand that they'll need from an energy consumption perspective, and also to make it affordable. So we really break it down into 3 pillars. And we think that the first is, let's transform the operations we have today with available technology. And as you look at the IEA studies, you can already achieve 40% plus of the required emissions reductions by utilizing capabilities today, and also continuing the transition towards natural gas. And then as you start to deploy new technologies that are available to us, such as CCUS, such as the transition to hydrogen, more efficient, also remote operations, we get to another 20% of really capability towards the Paris Accord of reductions. And technology is moving very quickly, where the remaining 40%, we can work it through over the course of the next few decades. I think we've just got to be sensible in the way in which we approach it. And technology is not going to be the aspect that's going to stop us. It's going to be how we make sure that there's the right policies and also the right working together across both the areas that are developing and the areas that are already developed.
Important points. Well, natural gas has come up many times during today's program, so let's build on that discussion a little bit. I mean, we know that the U.S. is a case study for how expanded energy production from natural gas can strengthen the economy while lowering emissions, and we know there's great potential that the same model can be applied globally, especially as it relates to displacing existing or planned coal generation, as you mentioned, Lorenzo. So actually, Lorenzo, why don't I turn to you first? I mean, if you want to share your thoughts on that potential, which or expand on them, and also, but we want to get your views more specifically on the longer term prospects to transition to lower emissions economy powered by hydrogen technologies that allow continued use of existing oil and gas resources and infrastructure.
Definitely, and it's a journey. And I think as you look at the evolution of natural gas and LNG, we've stated publicly that we see a required installed capacity of 850 million tons of LNG, which is close to doubling what we have today over the course of the next few years to 2030. In addition to that, we think that natural gas can continue to displace and be utilized. And when you look at the ambitions and also the efforts by Egypt really to be an East Med hub, that's going to be a great advantage, not just to Africa, but also to the Mediterranean and some of the European countries that need access to that gas. And as we go forward, again, with the right technologies, we see that natural gas and LNG naturally evolve into a hydrogen economy as well. Hydrogen can be one of the zero-based emissions fuel types. We know from different technologies how to actually produce it. We've already got gas turbines that can run on 100% hydrogen. And that network and infrastructure needs to be developed as we go forward. And there's plenty of opportunities. We see an addressable market just for Baker Hughes alone of $25 billion by 2030 in hydrogen. So the current market conditions and supportive government policies will spur that ahead. And actually, we've seen a couple of hydrogen projects go forward at the end of last year. As people know, Air Products and NEOM in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We see others very much on the forefront, and we're working with our partners and also opportunities in Egypt as well as we line up for COP27.
Excellent. John, would you like to add to that?
I just want to remind everybody that it's really been natural gas in the U.S. and the change in that into it growing it as part of our grid has led to the lowest emission levels in a generation. And so there's a great opportunity when you look at countries like China and India to do exactly what we've been doing in the U.S. and in other parts of the world.
Excellent, and great point. So let me get just a short time remaining here, but I wanted to ask each of you, what emerging sustainable technology or practice are you most excited about? Or alternatively, is there an issue or policy that you believe warrants increased attention as we look ahead to COP27? And John, let me ask you first.
I think on the policy side, I think we need to embrace the fact that we can continue to help meet the world's energy needs and embrace lowering our emissions. And our industry is great at setting goals, targets, and achieving them and solving problems. And we look forward to doing both because we know the world needs it.
Lorenzo?
Yeah, definitely, Marty. And look, I think there's a great opportunity to support our customers in utilizing associated gas and reduce its flaring and actually deploying it to use. Detecting and repairing leaks, improve flare combustion efficiency, upgrading equipment, and all of this is technology that's available today. I'm also very excited because we talk about our industry in the oil and gas. This is multi-industry focused, and we can be a pioneer in showcasing the technologies of CCUS, of the adoption of hydrogen, into other industry segments as well that need to decarbonize as well. So I see it being an opportunity to really lead and also enable other industry sectors to reduce their emissions. Looking at Egypt, I think with the wealth of talent that they have there, it's a great opportunity for us to work in partnership with them. And that's why we're so excited about COP27 and also what the Minister Tarek Al-Mullah is doing in relation to driving the right topics and focus for the discussion. So I think there's more we can do today. And also I'm very optimistic that we can solve the problems going forward.
Excellent. Well, Lorenzo, John, we're going to wrap up there, but I just want to thank you both again for adding your insights to this important conversation today.
Thank you very much.
And turning to our next speaker, I want to welcome His Excellency Wael Abu Magid, Egypt's ambassador to Brazil and lead climate negotiator. We look forward to hearing your preview of what we can expect for COP27.
Thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to participate in this timely event. And I'd like to congratulate AmCham for kickstarting what we hope will be an ongoing dialogue building towards COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, and also for providing a forum for a structured conversation between government and the private sector, which is a central partner, stakeholder, and contributor to the global effort to combat climate change. Regarding COP27, and as mentioned earlier today by COP President Minister Sameh Shukri, it comes at a moment when we have collectively just concluded the hard negotiations on operationalizing the Paris Agreement. And hence our focus will be on the implementation of all aspects of the Paris Agreement work program. This entails continuation of work on the multilateral negotiations track, obviously, pursuing more ambitious and updated NDCs by all, bearing in mind the differentiated responsibilities and the respective capabilities of different countries, in parallel with a follow-up on the pledges and commitments made by various parties, institutions, and entities at Glasgow. In all of the above, our intention is to capitalize on the momentum and the political will demonstrated in Glasgow. As for the various aspects of the global climate change agenda, our objective is to ensure progress on all of these aspects, and we will embark on an in-depth discussion shortly with the Secretariat in Bonn, with the aim of identifying the main mandates entrusted to COP27, which will be our responsibility. This in order to ensure progress is made across the board on all of them. For example, on mitigation and emissions reduction, much progress and many pledges were made prior to and at COP26. But what is needed now is to see tangible action towards fulfillment and delivery of these commitments, as well as a demonstration by those who have made pledges that they are on track to fulfill them. As for adaptation, it is well known that this is an issue of priority to all developing countries, but particularly to African countries who are suffering the negative impacts of climate change, perhaps even more than any other continent. Therefore, and this being essentially an African COP, the expectation is logically to prioritize this issue and to deliver tangible progress next November with an eye on specific deliverables down the road at COP28, as per the mandate on the global goal for adaptation. Here it's worth mentioning or noting that almost all African countries are already bearing a heavy burden out of their own national treasuries to address their adaptation needs, which are devastating many of their communities and affecting many sectors of their economies. Hence, African countries legitimately look at Sharm el-Sheikh and expect COP27 to effectively address those adaptation needs. Similarly, with regard to climate finance, which again, Minister Shukri, the COP27 president, addressed earlier. At Glasgow, we witnessed the adoption of several important decisions related to climate finance, namely regarding commencing work on a quantified goal on climate finance, a new quantified goal on climate finance, on the issue of long-term finance, and matters related to the Adaptation Fund. Furthermore, there was some progress with regard to adaptation finance and a request to developed countries to consider doubling their contributions to adaptation finance. And while we welcome all of the above, we are aware of the still existing gaps between available climate finance and the actual needs of developing countries for them to fulfill their contributions under their existing NDCs, nationally determined contributions. And therefore, developing countries expect not only a follow-up on the Glasgow outcomes, but to see us set the stage for a more effective role for the private sector to be an integral partner in the provision of climate finance across the board. We heard, of course, earlier, Secretary and Special Presidential Envoy Kerry address this matter in some detail and elucidate and enumerate many areas of contribution or potential contributions by the private sector, and he portrayed it as an actual investment. So those were very pertinent points that he made earlier. But this climate finance is needed either for emission reduction efforts or for adaptation finance needs, as clearly and passionately expressed, as I said, by Secretary Kerry earlier today. Lastly, and to conclude, and this is part of our preliminary vision as COP presidency, incoming COP presidency, allow me to stress that once again that we in Egypt as incoming presidency will continue to engage and cooperate with private sector partners. We firmly believe that businesses can and should be a central player in this global effort. With a growing awareness of the threats of climate change to all sectors of the economy, many private sector entities have already stepped up and demonstrated a commendable willingness to change, adjust, and adapt to a new world where climate change is inevitably part of their planning and execution. Many have developed sustainable technologies in a multitude of fields. Others have supported transition efforts within their industries, and yet others have provided considerable financial support to a variety of sustainability projects, and so on. We in Egypt welcome this and urge all private sector entities to continue and to build on past efforts, and assure you all of our willingness to create the necessary conditions for the private sector to continue to play its essential role as an integral component and an indispensable partner to governments in our collective effort to combat climate change and to help in delivering the anticipated outcomes we all seek at Sharm el-Sheikh. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Greetings. I am Steve Lutz, Executive Director of the U.S.-Egypt Business Council. And on behalf of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and our good friends at AmCham Egypt, I want to thank all of our attendees, those attending both virtually and in person in Cairo, for being with us on day one of our Road to COP27 forum. A very special thanks to Prime Minister Mabouli for his opening message, to Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry, for Foreign Minister Sama Shukri for kicking things off today. Each of them emphasized that the business community must be a partner and part of the solution, and that the private sector has a central role to play in developing, financing, and commercializing solutions and new technologies, in essence, to implement. It was also great to hear perspectives from Minister Fawad, Minister Al-Mashat, Minister Al-Molla, Ambassadors Zahran and Ambassador Cohen, and of course, the CEO of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt. Each will have a critical role in Egypt hosting COP27, and each has a strong track record of working with the private sector. And we sure did close strong, of course, with Egypt ambassadors and lead climate negotiator outlining priorities for COP27. I have to say, we're, of course, very grateful for the corporate leaders who participated today, Apache's CEO and the chairman of our U.S.-Egypt Business Council, John Chrisman, Baker Hughes' CEO, Lorenzo Simonelli, Citi's Jay Collins for moderating that finance panel, and several others. Day one was strategic, substantive, and motivating. Priorities were highlighted, like the critical role that finance plays, implementation, and having the private sector actively involved in close coordination with the governments. And we heard about upcoming activities such as a planned Chamber AmCham Green Tech Business Mission and other events that will follow. It's going to be a busy and productive year. Looking ahead to tomorrow, day two, you're not going to want to miss it. We're going to hear from Egypt's Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy, Egypt's Minister of Water Resources, and Egypt's Minister of Communications and Information Technology. And joining the discussion on a number of key topics will be several phenomenal leaders from the business community who I know will have a lot to contribute to those discussions. So I strongly encourage you to join us tomorrow, Tuesday, January 25. It's 9 a.m. in Washington, D.C. on the East Coast here in the United States, and of course, 4 p.m. for those tuning in from Cairo. So thank you all. Until tomorrow, stay healthy. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.